Howdy, folks. Who we got here today? What's going on here? We got Fielder, Justin, we got Quixana, Tsunami Fan, Define Possum, Not Costanza, Lisava, Goblins here as well. We're doing a Swipe Bandit as well. I'm Primus. Hey, man. We're attempting to we're trying out the stream together feature. So we'll see how it goes. I think Albin's still getting sorted, but I'm gonna go ahead and start working on the Wasp here. I updated the list, by the way. Hey, Dargeth. Is it just chat that's shared? Yeah, they can hear you now. And I had it muted, but they should hear you now. I had it muted. Oh, all right. I can hear. I gotta mute.
All right. Cool.
I gotta mute your stream. I say.
Oh. I gotta mute your stream too.
Is it just chat that's shared? Still separate video streams? Yeah. Yeah, I think it's just, I think we could set it up so it shares the video if, like, I wasn't lazy. But Goblin's in voice chat as well, so he can see the chat. The chat is shared, and we can both read and respond simultaneously.
Correct, yeah.
Yeah, so I kind of got my little Wasp here more or less blocked in. Not sure if I'm totally satisfied with everything.
Defiant_possum just gifted 5 subs.
You just got some tier 1 gifted subs.
Nice. Thanks to Fine Possum. Quixana, Not Costanza, Primus MMO, Justin, and EJ Jurgen.
There's a comment here from YouTube saying, from Jacob, this game is looking so awesome. I can't wait to see what you guys do with it. It's very nice. There's also a Art of Sane has a pretty long question. Do you want to tackle it, or?
I can't see the YouTube chat.
Oh no, it's from Twitch.
Oh. Hey, quick question. I asked a professional. I don't take my time while drawing and rush, and he asked me if he could see my work and how much time it took. After looking, the advice was draw faster, but my whole life I've seen a lot of videos where they say you should not focus on speed. Speed comes with time. So my question is, would it be okay to focus on speed and drawing faster? Would it help me to be more focused, in your opinion? I think there's two schools of thought there. There's two things you're practicing with between speed and kind of taking your time. And there's the one advantage to going faster is that you fail faster and there you learn faster. So if you're like just trying to get better, like let's say you're trying to work on anatomy, you know, there's the whole gestural drawing stuff, and you just kind of go quicker because you just want to try and get the gist of it. That's why it's gestural drawing. You're getting the gist of it. You're not doing a full render. So there's maybe that's what he's talking about.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's value in that, and you know, taking your time with stuff is. I don't know. I kind of agree with. I kind of agree. Like, I think. The point at which you're kind of spending time on stuff is like the final details anyway. Like rough block-in type stuff is where you want to try and go quicker. Just get the idea across as quickly as possible, and then you go in and refine from there, and that's where the time sink happens. So it depends on what you're practicing and what stage of the piece you're at. I think
there's a couple of cool things about it's like it's general to specific is what that gestural stuff is for, and it is exactly that. Fail faster. There is some cool stuff where you can just take it slow and make sure that you get all the right angles and stuff like that, but yeah, going faster or drawing faster is more like, it's less like, hey, like I gotta scribble on the page, you know, faster. It's more like, hey, I'm going to get the general gist of the whole thing in quicker so that you can see all your mistakes. Because like, what's the point of spending, you know, an hour or something if you got the proportions wrong? You know,
yeah.
An hour on like the arm or whatever if you got proportions wrong. There's just no point to it.
Yeah, you could do a bunch of different arms in that same amount of time, different like poses and different body types and things like that as well.
Yeah, especially if you're learning.
Especially if you're learning.
And then with the speed comes with time thing. That's just the more you do that, the quicker you you build in that muscle memory of like what shapes should look like, and then you just kind of get to the resolution or the gesture quicker.
Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your explanation of what you're working on today.
No, it's all good. That's a good question. Yeah, and that sort of thing applies to 2D art and 3D art. Really, any kind of art, whatever you're doing. Sure, it applies to more than just art as well.
I do like the idea of, you know, because there's some artists that I grew up with that like they just like go into like their sketchbook and like spend a million years on like this like, I don't know, like 1 inch by 1 inch square drawing. You know, it's like where it was like so incredibly detailed, and it was like little drawings of gnomes and stuff, and I was like, that's cool though. It's not like hey, industry artist sort of thing, you know, but it was still like I'm still glad that existed. So I'm sure that there's lots of different methods to getting where you need to go. But that one professional artist was, yeah, probably just talking about failing faster.
Yeah. That one thing you just mentioned about the little gnomes, is that like one of those like sketchbook things that you just kind of maintain as like a personal thing, or was that someone who did that style and then that was their work?
That was sort of their work, where they just drew like really small, really detailed in a small thing. And I mean, they sort of, you know, it's like anime, for example. Like when you're looking at like someone who's drawing like anime for the first time, it's gonna look awful. But if you fast forward like 10 years, if they were still drawing just anime, depending on their taste, they're like they have refined a whole like a whole style that now like is consistent within itself, and it's like, whoa, that's pretty cool. And none of that sort of taste like can just be built overnight. Like there was Kim Jong-gi or whatever, and he was like, I tried to draw anime and he couldn't draw anime worth the life, because it has a very specific style and like certain types of cadences and shapes and things that you should just avoid, but it's all internal to like that style. And so it was like, whoa. And so I feel like it's pretty similar in that sort of case, where it's like, I have this style that maybe realism doesn't fit too well into it, and the proportions that I use feel internally consistent. It's like a different thing, but you don't always have to be an artist that grounds yourself in realism. I tend to think, it's what you want to do with your own work, and that's about it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's no rules. That's the cool thing about art. There's no real rules, but I mean, there's also there are and aren't rules, I guess.
Yeah.
Because there's still the whole thing of like making things. I mean, things don't have to be believable, I guess, but it also helps, I guess, even in wacky fantasy things. Like there are things you can do to ground it and make it more what's the word? I can't think of the word. I'll just go with believable. Oh, a hype chest. What's a hype chest? Choo choo.
Nicodemus says, as a details guy, I spend a lot of time on my work. It's important to not let the quality of work suffer. However, you can spend more time than you need to. There's skill. Learn the point to where it's good enough and let it go, which is a hard thing to learn. I can see that for sure. I was the exact opposite for a while, Nicodemus. I couldn't do detail worth my entire life. I was like, I hated it, everything about detail. I just wanted to, just die. But it was a skill that I feel like I've learned over time. So I guess it's funny coming from like two opposite sort of sides.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely get that, because I feel like it's easy to get into the, or I guess it depends on the person, but for me anyway, it's easy to get lost in the weeds sometimes. I feel like I'm doing that with this guy right now, actually. Maybe I should just move on to making the little plates.
One of the things with Lost in the Weeds that really helps is to know when you're noodling. That's fucking hard. Noodling is like, and I've defined it in a way that might help, but it's like if you're making strokes and like changes and stuff, and you check like the values, and the values are like so minuscule, right? As long as you're adding contrast, you're not noodling. And so what that means is, like, if you're looking on my screen, right? If I take this value and I'm painting in this value like this, like that's noodling, because I'm not doing anything really. But if I take this value and I add it like if I take this value and I add it in here, that's not noodling. Because now I'm like adding contrast, things that you can actually see that's happening.
I think I might be noodling then.
Yeah, if you know to look for noodling like that by just putting that definition of contrast on, then you'll save yourself a whole bunch of strokes because you're like, wait a minute, oh shit, I'm not doing anything really actually.
Although this top of them could use a little bit of a clean up here.
Because of Ben from YouTube says, what I was really jazzed about with the test was the fact that I could see the new zone on the map. Yeah, adding in the map, I feel like got people super hyped.
Yeah, I wonder when they will have that available to actually run around in. It's gotta be soon if we got the map up.
Oh yeah.
Shoot.
I changed up the leather. I was looking at some other references and I was like, oh shit, this looks really good. And I also remembered that a lot of our Dragon just subscribed, gifted just gifted 10 tier 1 subs. Oh shit.
Nice.
Dragon, my man. God damn it. Whoever's username is Fanboy
just gifted 10
God.
subs.
He hit me too.
Hilarious.
Damn, dude. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Hey, Stinklol. Hey, Baloo's in chat. Baloo got gift sub, Encrypt, Darius, Lemon Candies, Art of Sane, Morak, Thunder Corey, Tupac, Zoidberg, and the Angle, 5 hers. Congrats on the gift subs, everybody. Thanks, Dragon. Appreciate it.
Dragon's the champ.
Okay. Let's focus on some of the segments on the body here a little bit. Oh. Got some photos, bugs. Like my just messed up the thing. It's having a hard time detecting Pretty Coat.
What's having a hard time detecting Pretty Coat?
OBS. I switched to using like a auto scene selector. So whenever I switch programs, it it should detect which one I'm in and switch, but it's having a hard time with 3D code. Oh, I know why. I know why. Let's try this. There we go. Cool. Does it focus apps on other monitors? Yeah, so I have since I have a dual stream setup, I have to I have a kind of a jank setup at this point. It's ridiculous, but so I have OBS running on my gaming PC, and that detects what program I'm in, what I have focused, and then that projects a full screen image to my capture card monitor thing, and then my streaming machine picks that up, and that's what you guys are seeing. So it's just 3D code, like the way it detects it by like a specific name or something. And I guess when I'm in 3D code and I'm working in a file that I haven't saved yet, it doesn't fall under that name category, so it can't find it. Yes. So
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
So I don't know if you guys even caught some of the stuff I was doing. I wasn't even paying attention if it was looking at the wrong thing for most of what we were just looking at, but
It looked like it was catching things.
does gaming machine mean you need to upgrade it? I think at some point I'm definitely going to need to upgrade it. It's doing me, it's doing fine for now though. Don't really have much to complain about. But I think it's
Rear Zooks is the captain of this ship, har har har.
I think after Nick got his new computer though, it kind of put into perspective how old mine is. So, but I'm not in any rush right now, but at some point we're gonna have to upgrade.
Rear, this Wasp looks like a girl I dated back in high school, but with a smaller stinger.
I don't know if you can hear those text-to-speech alerts, Goblin, but
No, I can't.
the Fine Possum just used the pirate voice to say, "This wasp looks like a girl I dated back in high school, but with a smaller stinger."
Oh no. Oh no. Is there a certain armor set that you'd like to see after the Night Harbor and Wood Elf sets are finished? Who's next? First off, so I can put into perspective of how long it's going to be until we do
the Night Harbor stuff. We still have. Let me check the list. I think we still have some stuff from the initial thing. Still have the Style 1
Yeah.
Which, by the way, I guess that name could remain. So we were originally called the thing Style 1 and Style 2.
Yeah.
And
If we want to name it something like generic 1 or whatever the hell, but
yeah, so with the stuff, some of the stuff we have now, which I think is technically Style 2, I called that generic. But I was trying to avoid having a version 1 and version 2 with the same name, just because it gets confusing. Like, do you remember what Style 1 Style 2 is? Like, so I think if the stuff we have now is called generic, then we could just say Style 1, I guess, is the other stuff.
Well, the Style 1 and Style 2. Style 2 was like a more refined, less ratty version of, like Style 1 was always like a lower, like more beat up version of whatever it was. So maybe we could run with that in terms of what it was focused on, because like Style 2 was the of the plate, for example, that's the full plate of armor, but Style 1 was like
Lower level full plate.
Yeah, was more like a plate that you'd sort of like strap on or whatever, instead of like a full plate of armor. So maybe we could do like, what's another word for like Lobi, or like ratty, not ratty, but like worn?
Yeah, I think I was gonna go with something like that, actually, like worn.
Worn could work.
Yeah,
something worn, or
I don't know if tattered works. We could do tattered as well, but it might get confusing with the actual tattered stuff.
Synonym for worn.
Weathered.
Oh, weathered is
Ramshackled.
good. Weathered is really good.
Okay, that works.
Yeah. Weathered, generic, Wood Elf, Night Harbor, and then we'll just, based off of that, move forward.
Yeah.
Eventually we might be able to get, once we have all the regional armor and stuff, then we'll do probably class stuff, and then after class stuff, probably do cool epics, and after epics we might be able to jump back into sub-regional, get some like cool what's it called, like Telekir or like Bloody Nose type stuff. That would be pretty cool.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think what I would actually paint though. What kind of gear would I be so excited?
You did some Bloody Nose with outfits at some point.
Oh yeah.
I was looking at those the other day. They actually look pretty cool. It's kind of like the fighter plate all ramshacked up a little bit.
It had all the assured like pelts and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, and that would be a good point to do that too, because we need to clean up that. Well, that would be one of the things we would do before that anyway. But in theory, we'd have the fighter plate kind of cleaned up and ready for something like that, to just take it apart and use it for other things like that.
And that's something that I'm also excited about, is like, so I don't know about like a specific piece of gear. Actually, okay, I haven't answered now, but I am excited for like, once we have like all these cool pieces of gear that like cover like a huge breadth, like I would love to go in and add like regional tweaks, that would be really cool. Regional tweaks. So like adding like Wormsbane emblems or something to pieces that really look, like they're already sort of finished, or like adding, yeah, just instead of like from the ground up, but like adding on to stuff that fits a specific region and storyline or scenario that's happening. Because then we can pull from our huge variety of stuff, and then it's like, oh, he has a Night Harbor vest, and this piece from the Deep Elves that looks really cool, and then we add like a cool emblem or something on the front, or like a cool shoulder that we do that's unique.
Yeah. So those would be just like modified, like taking an existing thing and then just making like a B, maybe, or a BCD version, or would that be like kind of more of a new set?
Yeah, sort of like a BCD version.
Okay.
But they wouldn't. I feel like those things would have to like fulfill a specific thing that is needed in the world, instead of like, hey, we're just gonna make this other version. It's like, hey, this one really is needed, or people want it, to tell a certain story about, I don't know, the Deep Elf, like slavers or something, and they have like a specific like logo, or
or like the Red Mantle, like that would be, I don't know if that would be Red Mantle, or Red Mantle is something we do before then or something, but and I don't know where any sort of Wormsbane specific stuff falls in as well, but that's more stuff. Just that's more of a new set though than alternate version.
the Deep Gnome, or not Deep Gnome. Okay, actually, yeah, Deep Gnome set would be pretty cool. I don't know what that's gonna be yet. But then as well, the freaking Deep Dwarf armor is gonna be cool and a challenge, and I'm excited to take that on. That's gonna be cool.
We'll see how that goes. I was thinking about that. I think someone had linked you describing that in Discord recently, and it got me thinking, does that mean then like the base level of the Deep Dwarf, because like all the ones you've drawn have like cool like skull things on them and stuff, but if that's how they show they're wearing something, then would that mean that like a nude version would have just like no decoration? They would have to just be like bare stone in those areas?
Yeah, maybe like cracked stone and a bunch of stuff like that with like we could probably make, because that's probably gonna be their like skin or whatever, right? So we could put in whatever sort of thing that we wanted. If we felt like it was too bare, we might add like some cracks or like a very subtle like not as like contrasty pattern or something. Because yeah, those skulls and stuff I would imagine would be like pretty high up there gear or whatever.
Yeah, still needs some sort of like visual progression. Just
because then otherwise you'd just be like, I don't want to put anything on. I just want my cool ass like skulls to show all the time.
Nicodemus asks, is there a style guide armor set for Sojourners? I ask because I will be doing the dressing room for them on the near future. They have a bit of a, like, in the lore and all that, from what I gather from Sean, they have a particular like angle to them that I don't know if it's a secret or not, but they're kind of like gypsy folk, so there's like that angle to it. But we don't really have any textures or anything that really support that as well as I think we want it to. So right now, what Sean has just been doing is using what we have, and then just kind of adding like that's why they all have like purple belts and stuff. It's like supposed to be like a sort of a gypsy, colorful sashed kind of thing or something.
Yeah, if we might be able to get away with using a lot of Night Harbor stuff for them, and then making a specific like color swatch change or something, where we go, hey, these guys definitely wear this color.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it needs to be a specific color. I guess it depends on if there's like very specific factions or something.
Do a barrel roll.
Do a barrel roll.
Something maybe it doesn't have to be a specific color like you said, because like when I imagined that, like I immediately went to like yellow and reds and stuff that feels like merchanty almost. But if we just stay away from Night Harbor colors for them, but use Night Harbor gear, we might be able to get a decent amount of value out of that.
I mean, I think eventually it would be nice to get some sort of like really like gypsy feeling looking things, but in the interim, just using what we can and then picking colors that try and lean in that direction is a decent way to do it.
Yeah.
But yeah, if we just, it's also like that's not what I want to do long term. Like it's like, because if it's the same texture, then you can see it's the same texture even though it's a different color, right? You'd still get kind of bored with the same seasoning.
Yeah, I agree.
Hey, Unchained, thanks for the 1,000 bits, man, or the cheers, or whatever strange currency. I guess it is bits, right? I don't know how that the Twitch currency stuff works. Call it cheers, and then it's called bits, and so. But I appreciate the support, man. But it'd be cool if the deep dwarves had different mosses as their armor. No, it's all good, Unchained. I've honestly been streaming less frequently these days anyway, so it's probably even harder. But catch me when you can. Watch the VODs. All good.
Yeah, you seem to have enjoyed the test when you were streaming there, because it was like you could actually play. with the lag and everything.
Yeah, the performance was a lot better with that many folks in, and I feel like I've said this at some point. I don't know if it was on stream or just in conversation, but like I kind of wonder what the numbers will actually be in a real scenario. Like if we can get up to 500 people before we really start feeling anything, are we good then? Like, how many people will actually be in Night Harbor at a single time in on a real play scenario on a real server, right? Because
Yeah.
I think on Quorum and P99 and stuff, you see maybe 300 folks in the PC tunnel, but so I mean there's that, but that zone is also very small, so but everybody comes there just for the trading, so I don't know, I'm just wondering, but either way it's a good sign probably.
There seemed to be some performance stuff that they caught on to right away. That was yeah, we can still improve this. So, not promising anything, of course, on behalf of the team, but it seemed like that was the case. That it was hey, we still have performance stuff that we can change and make better, but I feel we're, if this was our cap, I feel like we'd be pretty good actually.
600 folks in one zone, decent FPS was a great stress test. Depends if there's a big streamer to follow around in game. That's true. Suppose if anyone ever actually followed through in their threats to charge the Pale Guards, maybe it'd be a larger presence. But yeah, it's hard to tell because Night Harbor is so large. It is larger than any other city in any game, I feel like.
It's funny because now knowing Night Harbor kind of in and out, I'm it's not that big. But it's pretty fucking big.
Yeah.
Once you know it, you're it's all in your memory, and you go, oh yeah, that part. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not really it's weird because there's the city portion and then there's the sort of level, sort of dungeony areas of it. So the actual city portion is not that big. It's half or a third of the actual size of everything.
Yeah, I feel like nobody goes over because it's just not contented out, or nobody has reached that area for that content in the bends. I feel like nobody really goes to the bends.
Yeah,
but eventually I'd imagine that everybody's going to be hanging out by the bends. Not everybody, but a decent amount of people.
Yeah, there's stuff happening over there these days, but I don't know what level it is, the level appropriate is. So, but I don't think people really figure that part out yet. So, or we I mean, we also haven't really had a test long enough for people to really get high enough while it was also, populated. So I think it's a fairly recent thing.
Did I get a chance to play during the test? Well, I was there, and then I played a little game of hide and seek with everybody. That was funny. And then, after a while, to be honest, I just fucking I took a nap. while I was in game, I was just napping, and I woke up for like the last 15 minutes or whatever. And I was like, "Oh shit, you're still on?
Yeah,
What's up? What's going on?"
I found you, although that might have been after the hide and seek, but you didn't give me any sweet loot. So
Was it? Did you come by? Because where I was hiding was the the Sojourners camp.
yeah, you
There's
were you were at the zone by Shady Dunes when I saw you. Figured,
Oh no.
yeah,
at
I
that-
figured
at
that,
that
was
point,
a pretty
yeah.
poor hiding spot. So it must have been after that whole thing.
Yeah, the Sojourners camp. There's like this under cave thing.
Oh yeah.
And I was in there with my torch on. There was a gnome that came up to me and just like looked at me. I don't think they knew that they were trying to find me, or like that was a thing, and so they just ran away. I was like, "Wait, hold on, I got this thing for you." No.
Did anybody actually find you?
Yeah, some ogre found me. I forget his name.
Nice. The Benz is not a place for low levels to sightsee. Yeah. In some of the previous tests, people kind of wandered into there, and that was when it was still very laggy, and they would just get dropped. They would wander in there, and then the mobs would finally catch up to them, and they would just die out of nowhere. And they were confused.
To be honest, I kind of want more places in Night Harbor that's like that. That's underneath the shaded bloom. Like more stuff like that would actually be sick. Because like I feel like it was like my go-to spot for my first like level, because those mobs seem like undertuned just a little bit because they're little dumb like brain beetles.
Yeah, I feel like there's more places inside the city to the level that haven't really been tapped yet. Like there's some of those rats on the docks that I kind of wonder what level. I've never really checked.
Oh, those are like 5 or something like that. So I never really think to go kill them.
It's a little bit higher level than I was thinking they might be. There needs to be more like level 1 and 2 and 3 type stuff to kill, maybe.
Yeah.
I feel like that's level 3 or 4. I feel like you're kind of looking around for stuff, because the noob yard is kind of either too low or a little bit too low, and or just like there's too many people there and it's a full test.
Wonder if there's you know how like in the what's that thing? Fuck. The Saltbreeze Park, right? How there's a bunch of bats and they're just all flying around. I wonder if we could get like bats like those, but like just ones that don't aggro onto you. But have them be like a wider variety of levels, and maybe they're different mobs, so you know like not to hit them once you've conned them once until you're like level like 15 or something. but non-aggro, so they're not just like piling up bodies. But it would give content for level 15s or whatever in Night Harbor. Not 15 necessarily, but just random number.
The Salt Breeze Park baths aren't aggro, are they?
No.
No.
I just mean like non-aggro mobs at different levels of, or no, at just different levels.
No.
Could be cool.
Chrono Zero says, I'm curious what's going to happen to all those undead up in the mountain by the red mantles. I think part of the problem is like there's so many places actually in Night Harbor to actually kill stuff that we just don't know the levels of everything. Like I keep forgetting about those ones. Those are probably a little bit higher level too, though. Probably like 4 or 5 or 6 or something, or maybe even higher than that.
Actually, yeah, what you're saying is making a good point. Like, maybe it is actually kind of bad to. It's like there should be like different level like sections so you can go hang out in an area and stay there, instead of like having like a thin amount of, like mobs that are useless to you, and then like one every once so often that isn't that is useful to you. Yeah, grouping them is probably the way to go.
Cemetery. They're
Didn't we have
13
a
to
pet
60.
cemetery or something?
Is it really that high level? I think, yeah, I don't know. I think just like, because like my experience anyway with this past test was, you do the noob yard kind of elbow to elbow grind for a bit, and then you get to like 3 or 4, and it's like you either kind of start thinking about going to Wormsbane, or you try to find other places. And like there's crocodiles that are good, but if those are taken as well, then there's like a couple of Shira camps, but if those are taken as well, then it's like, fuck, where else do I go? I'm sure there's other places. It's just I haven't memorized all the other places yet. So I feel like there's probably, I guess kind of talking about it now, there's probably more stuff in the city. Like, I don't know what level, there's like all those goblin gamblers. I don't know what level they are. They're probably around that level actually. Maybe a little bit higher.
What faction those guys are?
I don't know. Yeah, this last test was a hard start. We started on the north side this time. North Yard to Sungreet Strand Road, Sungreet Strand Ashira, then hit 4 and went to Telekir Oasis. Unit up at level 5. Yeah, I think there's a whole bunch of stuff in the north side as well. Like, I think my group probably could have started doing those skeletons in the cemetery in the north yard. They were like yellow, starting to yellow out for us at our level, more or less. But if we weren't like super organized, so it's kind of hard kind of mobilizing folks all the way across the zone. And it was a limited thing too, so I was like, it's fine. We'll just stay where we're at. Trinity says, I think the Telekir entrance area in Shaded Dunes will become popular. Yeah, that's where we ended up at the end of the test. That's a huge area. Like, that's a really good spot, actually. I think we were just maybe slightly too low for some of them, and we didn't have any CC, so kind of breaking those camps is a little tricky sometimes. I think if we had more time, and maybe if we had our cleric had pacify lull or whatever, it would have been a slam dunk. So when we went over there was only like one other group there. But it seems like not a lot of people know about that because of the entrance. No one's figured it out yet. Uh-oh. Come on. A straight line. Zukan, is this a yellow jacket or a black wasp or something else? This is a wasp. And it's gonna lerp like all the other stuff, so I'm using a yellow jacket as reference for this, and I am definitely going to make a yellow jacket looking one, but we can change the color of it as well, so we can have a black wasp, I guess. It's gonna have the same body and everything, so if I don't know what a black wasp actually looks like, so if those look different, then there's going to be a yellow jacket that is black, but I'm not a wasp expert, so.
Can you zoom in on one of the panels there for a moment? Let's see.
send you some reference pics. Is John just gonna like send me a box of wasps in the mail? Is that what's gonna happen right now? Here's some reference, bitch.
Something that might help a decent amount is here, 1 second. Is if you take like a sort of like a dark brush and you add like a really nice soft bevel into these creases,
so add thickness to it and stuff. Yeah, once I get all the lines down, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm just doing like the kind of the outline right now. To make sure stuff lines up and all that jazz. See if it looks good.
Yeah, because once you're done those lining up all the lines, like it'll be really really quick, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, and I can do that on a different layer so that I can just like paint it all and not worry about the messing up the dark lines. The only thing that bugs me about this right now is it
bugs. It's just the stupidest.
Okay, there's two things that bug me about this. I'm just like I'm not quite happy with. I want it to be shiny looking, and maybe that's something I can do after I do the segments and I kind of get the edges on those, and then I can just add like a highlight on top of everything, and it'll be more like appropriate to the segments and stuff. But yeah, that's just the only part that's bugging me right now. Keep saying that.
Another thing that is possible is actually here. This is pretty cool. I take a quick screenshot. So right now, all you have is a little bit more diffuse, but you can actually get that shine look. I feel like if you take a dark that you have here and you just do something like this. And then whatever shine you end up putting in, you can burst that up with
sharpening the edge of it. Oh, I see.
Like, yeah, I do this with plants a lot. That's how I do like all my leaves. Is I essentially do. Yeah, one of my favorite things to do with leaves is like I'll do like a quick lasso or whatever. I'll do a really bright color to start with. Let's do like a nice green or something. Hello?
Oh.
And then, or sorry, I was talking to my Photoshop.
I was responding on behalf of Photoshop.
And then I just do this.
Kind of darken it.
Yeah,
progressively.
You start with an extreme highlight, then you darken out this section, and then if you need to add like shadow or whatever onto itself, you can get like a deep shadow or whatever. But it's super useful because it's like otherwise if you do it the other way, where let's say I start with like the dark and then I add in the highlight, what ends up happening is as I'm painting out like the edge or I'm painting out these highlights, they end up looking sort of like these, where I have to go back in and add irregularity. Otherwise, they're like a single, like weight thickness or line thickness, and you can get a little bit of a little dither or whatever, and then you get something that looks pretty darn good in like 2 seconds.
Yeah, the Zach was showing me how to do it from dark to light, where you kind of paint bucket in like probably your dark or much more on the dark side, and then gradually build up that way. For this one, I tried that, and then it looked like crap. And what I wound up doing actually was I baked out, like I just added like a shiny material on the Wasp in Blender, and I just baked out a light map basically for that, and I kind of dumped it on here and like started painting over that. So some a lot of this, like the legs are a lot of that still, but I did a lot of painting on the body, but it's still, the foundation is still there. So, but I think what's really going to sell it is just getting that sharp highlight at the end of it. Just want to get through this segment stuff first, and then I can go do that and start individually going in on the segments and pumping those up. I think that will help.
Yeah, and you also have a lot of leeway to go with. Like, there's lots of room for like pure white in terms of the values that you're using. So you should be good in terms of getting that shininess when you need it. Goblin, do you tweak opacity to blend better, or I have pen pressure on, and so that means that I can do things like this, I guess. One second, let me get rid of these two. And so you can start with this, and then as you press harder, you get stuff like that. And if I need to, and I need to like really slightly adjust something, then I'll go in and I'll like hit it like a 5 or something, and then hit it softly, and then you can get a really nice soft blend. But I rarely do that. Though, fuck, looking at that, I might start doing that more. Oh shit! 1 second. Oops. Photoshop.
Hello? That's the next thing with all those AI things we're putting in Photoshop. It's gonna start responding to you.
Shit, I have a question. Did you see me draw a leaf?
I did watch your leaf demo, yes.
Okay. I was wondering because I put on the break thing, and the intermission screen was on, and I think I hit a hotkey or something that turned it on by accident.
Oh no, yeah, you're good.
Yeah, sometimes I'll use opacity. Sometimes, or by like hitting that, but usually it's just pen pressure. Did you see that fucking Adobe thing with the turnaround?
The little warrior fighting the dragon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kind of nuts, actually.
I don't know if you guys have seen that, but part of me was like, what if I just I dragged this over? And I was like, it's like, let's just turn this thing right.
When Shane hit it softly, that stood out to me as well. I didn't say anything though. Need a slogan for a long time, so I'm thinking I really like the coffee, but I hate their advertising. We're creating slogans for the coffee shop now. Thinking of putting a logo on the Wasp stinger logo off the coffee shop. I don't think anyone's going to be able to read that. Scruffy Bard says, will there be a swarm unit in the game like D&D, like beetle swarm, one mob with 3D models? I don't know.
That's kind of interesting.
I think that
feel
would,
like if
that would be kind of an animation solution. I feel like.
Wonder if we could do that with what's that fucking thing called? Particles.
Probably.
Like we make like, I don't know, like some cool particles of some like bees or animated particles of a bee with like flapping or whatever, and then just have those swarming around with a sound effect.
Yeah, I think if we're gonna do fish, have like a swarm of fish, maybe that's something that we'll already do on some level, but we'll see. PTS decided
Buzzkill coffee. Holy shit. That is so good. Okay.
I wonder what this looks like in Photoshop right now. The sound of you drawing on your screen become more.
Is it coming through?
Yeah, it's come. Seems like it's progressively getting more loud, like louder through the mic. Or
Sorry, I'm just doing. I'm pressing a little bit, or I'm doing like more and more strokes just for like this straw. Not straw, but it's like a latch or some. Okay, but it just requires a lot more strokes that I just want to get over with.
with the cape.
Yeah.
No, yeah. My point though is like, I just wonder if it's like the nib wearing down or something is all. Seems like it's
Oh,
gotten louder over time. Louder lately. So I was not sure if it was.
sometimes all that has to do with is like the rotation of the nib. So I'll like take my teeth and bite it and then like rotate it.
Hmm.
Like, can you? I just did it. Can you hear it anymore?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
That might have been it.
probably just at an angle. The drawing is becoming more aggressive. I don't hear anything on the stream though. You guys are not validating what I'm hearing, and now I'm going crazy. I think I'm going crazy now because
Well, it's probably the what's it called? Slack is picking it up, and then my Discord is going, or not Discord. My OBS is filtering it out.
maybe. Zukan is too humble to admit he has the best hearing. I do not. Absolutely do not. I hate phone calls because like when people like the call quality is like sketchy sometimes. And I really hate it when I don't hear what someone says and I have to ask them to repeat it or just nod and smile on the phone or something. It's just awkward.
When you didn't hear it, and you go, yeah.
Yeah. And then they ask you a question, you're like, I don't know what you said. We had Bixies as enemies in EQ2. They are in EQ1 as well. I think the Bixies in EverQuest 2 got all like sexed up, like they got boobs, and then, well, I guess they had them in the first one too, but it was way more of like a Rule 30 or 34 or whatever it is.
When you say Bixies, do you mean like big pixies? Like
they're like these little bumblebee women. Like in EverQuest 1, they were like these like little cute little things. They had freckles and they smiled and they had like flowers in their hair and they were just like cute. But they would sting you. They had a little stinger on their butt, and it was just like a charming little cute thing. But in EverQuest 2, they made them like these anthropomorphized like bee women, and kind of more sexualized and not at all cute. And it was just like, I mean, it was interesting. They were well done, but I don't know.
we got there's a we got this beetle queen. Maybe we could do a little what's it called? Instead of the beetle queen, we could do a wasp queen or something. But I don't think that this would be a Bixie.
No.
Seems like you're heading towards the cute being the ideal.
Well, I'm just stating what EverQuest had. I don't know if we even have Bixies.
Is that copyrightable?
I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen them in any other game or anything, so. Bixies are evil tooth fairies. That's probably the best example or best explanation of what they look like visually. Someone who's never seen a Bixie. It's an evil tooth fairy. They leave a stinger under your pillow. That's fucked up. EQ1, they were fat little pricks. Yeah. They were cute though. I liked them. Because they had a cute little smile and they had like flowers in their hair, but then they would like come up and like stab you with their butt. They weren't very dangerous because they were low level. And if you were level 1, they'd fuck you up, but otherwise, I don't think there's any high level versions. There might be some in Plane of Sky, but I've only been there like once, so.
Wonder, I think that'd be kind of funny, for like an April Fool's thing or something, where like we release like a zone that's just like fucking mandrakes got empowered by like the Time Lords or something, and then it's like, what the fuck? Why are these mandrakes like level 60 elites? Why are they impossible to kill? What the fuck?
Secret cow level. Bixie Island, number 6. Yeah. I think that's an interesting thing though. That's an interesting idea that I think would be kind of cool for us to do is like let's take the mandrakes as an example, and if we make them and we just there's like a limit to how high any mandrake can ever be. So like it's just like this charming little creature, like a critter that like, you know, you encounter, but it's not very lethal, and you just never see one that's like higher level or anything, and it's just like it like maintains like the presence of a cute little thing, like because like if we reuse it and make like a higher level versions and stuff, then it kind of changes your perception of what those are. It's like, oh, there's stronger ones. There's like a whole mandrake society here that like I didn't know about, and I don't know. I feel like that takes away from it in a certain way.
It's like it's a nice balance though, because I feel like having like a concept like that, and then someone being like, yeah, but what about the really badass versions of those? You know, where you go, okay, there are like level 60 Murlocs in WoW, right? That are just like, they're like, these guys are ferocious, and they're like skinned so that they look even meaner too. But then like, I can see it for like, yeah, mandrakes feel like they might like, I don't know, cap out at like 45 or something, but then you never see them past 45, but they cap out at like 30.
Well, I'd be down to do like ferocious versions, but I think the cool way to do that would be like a model variation on them, and so it's like you can maintain like the innocence of the lower level version one. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like some sort of painted mandrake is like higher level, and it's got like thorns on it or something and red eyes or some shit.
The Fey Drake.
Yeah.
It's weird that mandrakes are like all of a sudden these like plant things, but it's like man plus drake. You'd think it would be like a lizard man, like a dragon man, drake man. I wonder where mandrake actually came from, to be honest.
I didn't really know about them until you brought it up, because they're in Harry Potter, I guess, but I'm not really a Harry Potter person, so. I think he's a rapper or something. Mandrake?
Drake. That is a man. Just Drake. That's dumb. That's so stupid, Chinny.
Canadian, right? Do you know him?
Oh, maybe. Yeah, mandrake root.
Mandrake was an herb from Ultima. Mandrake is a root of a plant, historically derived either from plants of the genus Mandracora, found in Mediterranean region.
Isn't that the Solanaceae family of plant?
Yeah, that's what it says in parentheses. I didn't read that part. You know, interestingly, a bit of a pivot here. I was looking up, like, trying to think of what to call the lizard dudes, and I was like looking up names and stuff, and I was like, what if I just did like lizard in a different language? And I kind of wonder, like, you know, it's what that would be like for people who speak that language. It's like, oh, they just named this race like lizard. That's weird. Like the perception outside my own little world.
So now that makes me wonder, like lizard men are like totally acceptable, right? For us, I mean, at least for like a lot of different iterations of lizard men, they're literally called lizard men.
Yeah.
So it might not be that much of a jump to go, oh, lizard. I go, what is it in my language or whatever, and it's literally lizard men, and you go, oh, that's not too bad, actually.
Yeah, I didn't even think about it like that. That's a good point. It's probably not.
So if you do lizard men in in another language, or man lizard.
Yeah, it was hard. I didn't actually search like lizard. I just did lizard. I didn't do the man part. I wonder, like doing the compound of it. Something I should look into. But I also, the reason I thought of that though is because I came across like the scientific terminology for like the monitor lizard, which is like one of the family names or something, I think, or one of those like fancy Latin derived names or something, and some of them were pretty dope actually. Need to pull up that list again and see what people think.
Oh yeah, really quick on the on that conversation that we had about the neck piece thing. What I'm gonna do here for this concept is I'm gonna take this piece and just put it on the shoulder, so it's part of a mantle. Can we do that? Can we do mantle and shoulder piece?
We would have to make a new mantle, a new shawl, Geo. Which, if we just made the shoulder piece and then we attached it to the shawl, like just parented it and then baked the weights on there, that wouldn't be much remodeling of mantles and stuff. So I think that's pretty low effort. That's doable. We could try it, but I would have to go through and make a new thing for everybody.
Can shoulders load more than one model, or is it one model limit?
It's one model, because there's you in the database, you're calling what you want to use, and you can only put one thing in there. It's the same for that's why when we were talking about yesterday for the neck stuff, the texture has the neck portion of the texture has to be with the helmet as well, because if we put it on a different layer, then we have to call two textures, and we can't do that.
I see.
But I think that's probably doable. That should be doable. I think it's just, I think the more time consuming part of that is probably just going to be setting up more prefabs and stuff. As long as we're happy with where the shawls are right now, we can start adding to them, I guess.
Yeah, because another shawl that needs to happen is the enchanter shawl at some point.
Yeah.
But one thing that, okay, so the thing that prompted me to do this was, it was this. It was like, I was like looking at, why are we so, why am I so bent on having this be part of the thing and that always be there? And then I went, well, fuck, if I just do this, you know, like if I take this this hood off, I go, whoop, you know, and having this here still that's wrapped around, that's still fucking cool. I'm fine with that. And if you have a different thing that isn't that, that's fine. As long as you get the neck part, which we hopefully can solve. And so I'm not worried about that stuff. I'm just gonna put this onto capes or whatever.
Cape or shawl?
Or sorry, yeah, put it onto shawl or cape, depending on the cape or shawl. But
I think you should do shawl because that would look like on its own. That looks pretty good as well, which could be cool. It could mix it with stuff pretty well.
Yeah, like for example, I imagine that there'll be like neck wraps or whatever around like a cape eventually, because that's it's just gonna like look, there's always gonna be cloth around the neck. But for this shawl in specific, it's like that looks really cool. So I'm just gonna,
yeah,
do like that.
I'm cool with doing that. Just to clarify it though, you have a shoulder pad by itself up there, and then you have the shoulder pad and shawl. So remove one of the two, just so there's no conflicting messaging there. If that makes sense. Yeah, just
can we? Is that something that we can do? It would be like if you make the shoulder pad, and then you parent it to the shawl. Can we also have that shoulder pad just by itself?
Yeah, we should be able to. That we just make it a B version or something.
Yeah.
It would almost. Yeah, I mean that's fine.
And this might be one of those things that also, like, if we parent it to the shawl, right? Then the shawl version might be the only version where you only get one shoulder. And then we don't have to do some weird like other thing with doing like asymmetrical shoulders if we want one shoulder.
Wait,
on or
say that again? I didn't understand.
Honestly, never mind.
Okay.
Never mind.
Well, so with the asymmetry, here's how it works. With just the shoulder pads in general. We make one shoulder, and then we have the two attachment points on the shoulder, and then we just take one of them. We take the one shoulder and attach it to both of them, and the opposite shoulder gets inverted by the dummy bones. So it's using the same one on both. It's just copy pasting them, and that's the default, is to get both. If we want asymmetry, the way we do that is there's like an override in the prefab that just says for the left shoulder, use this one instead, and you just put in what you want. So we can select a different shoulder pad that we have existing, so we can mix and match with any of them, or you can just put in like I think I have an empty one or something. I need to double check. I had one, but I might need to remake it or something. But it's just like a non-existent thing, so that it would just load nothing on the other shoulder. And then that's how we get it. And that's all on the prefab level, so that doesn't require any extra art. It only requires extra art if we want to have another shoulder that looks different, obviously. But for the asymmetry, it's pretty easy to do that. So if we made so we could have double shoulder and one shoulder very easily with just one thing. If that answers your question or whatever.
No, that's perfect. Yeah.
And Freer says lizard people cooking up their own eggs. Oh damn.
It's fucked up. What the?
EQ had lizard men NPCs language than the civilized lizard XR race. Yes. Why did you put an asterisk after that? That seems like a backhanded statement there.
That's fucked up.
All right, where's the ban button? I need to ban this guy. I'm kidding.
Hey, actually, this is going to be insane. Okay. Oh, can someone volunteer for something? I was just thinking about I need a volunteer. Put your hand up. Fielder or Casley? Okay, we need to time one of these guys out.
Did you set up a thing for that or something?
No, I'm wondering if I time someone out, what happens on your chat?
Well, it's shared chat. I think it'll just time them out normally.
Only times and ban someone in one chat.
Really?
All right, Carrot. Since you're so fucking
well
confident,
they're in your chat. There's a little icon next to you. Send from Goblin's channel. You need to ban somebody with like a icon.
All right, Carrot. Try and talk.
Oh.
Oh damn. Carrot's gone. Is he gone for your chat too?
He'd have to jump into my chat. He was in yours.
Yeah, Carrot, go to Zukan. Go to Zukan's chat. Try talking.
We won't know though, because he can't say.
As for Carrot.
We'll have to go into Discord or something and be like,
Hold on, I'm gonna time him out.
Like I'm taking crazy pills.
Okay, Carrot, tell us what happened. Could you talk? You seem pretty.
timed in
You're
both.
timed out in both. Oh, that's so funny. So confident.
I was wrong. Okay. Well, now we know. That's good.
So wrong. Oh, it's dumb.
I think Automod catches them and stops the message from sending now. Yeah. Chinny D, I was thinking that too. Like, how about goblins cooking up stolen lizard eggs? I had a thought of like a bunch of goblins steal like a lizard egg, and then they want it to hatch it and raise it as their own, but it's just like a regular bird or something, and they got the wrong egg or something silly like that. Now, this is
it's so fucking goblin.
this is a
Holy
weird lizard.
This one has a beak. What the fuck? They got an aviac instead.
Yeah. There was a point in time where I was like, maybe I'll push for aviac race instead of lizards, because I always love the aviacs as well. Maybe that's something we'll add in later on or something.
We got some. I feel like we got some pretty good aviac Maybe concepts to go off of too.
There we go. Oh, damn it. Wrong layer. I have like a messed up bit of the UVs or something going on here. What's happening? Oh, what's this? It doesn't matter. It's a small part no one will ever see. I'm not going to change it.
Enough. Get rid of this little piece.
What's being sculpted today? Making some bugs? Yeah, I'm working on the Wasp model. Got a whole ass wasp here. Wings and everything.
Is Goblin a mod on Zukan's chat? Yeah, I am. And Zukan's also a mod on my chat, so maybe that's why.
I feel like it's just with the shared chat, it just handles it both.
Yeah.
That'd be my guess, but
Turtle people actually fucking dude, turtle people, that's like frog people, turtle people. We were mentioning or I was running through Guild Wars 2 looking at all the animations because they had some really good character animations for that, but was completely sidetracked by, and we were looking at some of their art style and stuff because they were doing some concept art type photo bash style within their actual world, which is cool. But then we saw their fucking frogmen, and damn, their frogmen are cool as hell. Guild Wars 2 frog people. The Hylek. Yeah, look at this guy. The Hyleks are super cool.
I'm still puzzled by that one blue one having a different animation set and the guy next to him.
Maybe they really just they seem to have like an insane animation budget, and a part of me goes, what if they had like fucking mob specific animations where they were like, hey, this guy is more seriously insane cool, let's give him a cool animation. Oh shit, they have multiple frog people.
Oh, those ones are cool.
Yeah, they have these guys. Oh, hold on. Size chart. Hylek and Itzel, and then Newhawk. And so they have all these different, so they got these giant guys, and those guys are giant because that's a char. And if you're a char, you're already like pretty big for a player. These guys look pretty cool. What the fuck? And the Hylek's armor were pretty cool too. Heart of Thorns. I have that expansion. I should fucking go check out this stuff. I should check out some of their more recent expansions because I feel like all the stuff that I'm looking at are like it's like art from when it originally came out. Wonder how much they still abide by that to keep their style, or if they've done a World of Warcraft and updated things.
Dargeth says there's a documentary from the 90s called Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. It's a great reference. Hey, the live action though, right? With the suits.
How do you feel about playable like frog type people?
Personally,
Eventually.
it doesn't ring my bell because I'm but I'm not against it because I know there are folks out there who want that. I know Justin would love that. I think I feel like Sean is really into it too, right? Or maybe he wants them as NPCs. I don't know where he is on that spectrum, but yeah, I'm cool with it.
It makes me think like what's the thing to watch out for? Everybody said from what I've heard, like, and from what I remember seeing, was it EQ2 that turned them into like what are those guys called? What's that? Tap dancing frog? What's his name?
The WB frog?
Yeah.
Top hat.
There's something about the frog people that there's like an update or the playable version or something turned them into something that was just okay.
EQ had playable frogs. It was awesome. Both EQ1 and EQ2. I don't know, because I haven't heard that comment, but it depends on what you're talking about, because the original EverQuest frog locks were of a very specific shape. And then when they brought in the playable version, they remodeled them entirely. Because I think they came in with the Luckland models or just before them, I think. So somewhere around that era. So they got Lucklandized. And so they looked different. Like the playable ones looked different from the in-game ones, and they never updated the in-game ones so that you could see the comparison, which I think that was kind of weird. So I don't know if that's what folks are talking about.
Oh yeah, I see what people are getting at. Okay, I keep on clicking something and then it just takes me to a completely different. Dude, what the fuck is going on?
I seem to remember
like
there being a big upset when EQ's playable frog locks released. People liked the old frog lock design and the new ones were too humanoid looking. Yeah, so the one you're looking at right now is the playable race version.
Yeah, and this one's the old cool ass one.
Oh shit. Wait, go back. Yeah, that's the original one. But go back to Google real quick. Bro. That's mine. That number 2.
This one?
No.
Hell yeah.
No. That one right there. That's my model. That's cool.
This guy right here is your model.
Yeah, that takes you to my art station.
Hell yeah.
That's fucking dope.
Fucking sick.
It's very shiny. I suck at getting the spec maps right, but
dude, I love the giant hands.
made that. So that's kind of a interesting cross between the original and the newer one, because it's not totally accurate to the original, I guess. But yeah, I made it like many years ago, so.
Oh, what the hell is this? That looks pretty cool. This is EQ2?
Yeah, it's the EQ2 one. The playable ever. Oh, and there's, see that one right there? Go up one.
This one?
No.
What the?
That one right there. Yeah, that one. That's EQ2, but it looks like they tried to recreate like the original one somehow. It's kind of a strange creation.
That cranium really doesn't help.
So what you're saying is you already have a model finished. Maybe it is an original. Just port him into Eminem and reduce the polys. Blammo, done. Yeah.
There was an image there of like a frog lock with like a 6-pack, and I remember, and I sent it to, who was it? Send it to someone. Oh yeah, Riskin. At some point, I took this guy. Give me a second. This is completely unrelated, by the way. My Warhammer Goblin, and I gave him fucking. I gave him a 6-pack. I photoshopped a 6-pack onto him. Oh god, that's so dumb.
They not normally have a 6-pack?
No, they don't.
Oh. Trying to get caught up on chat. I think there's a bunch of stuff. The EQ playable frogs were a sad iteration of the classic EQ classic frogs. You know what, to be honest, like I didn't hate the playable frog locks. They looked kind of like on their own, I think they're good. It's a good design, good model. I think they did a good job with those. But the problem was that everyone already fell in love with something else, and then it was a departure from that, and that's kind of where the problem came in. I think if like the original frog locks never existed, and then they were suddenly like, hey, you can play as a frog now, everyone would have loved those.
Yeah, I can see that.
I think and that's just something that they've done before. That's what happened. That's why people don't look fondly on the Luckland models, because they were such a departure from what people were used to and fell in love with. Like that's where you kind of get into trouble, I feel like. You're messing with people's stuff, you know.
Yeah, it's actually I heard a very similar sentiment even in I was watching my cousin's stream. He was playing some WoW Kata, and he's like, yeah, I don't play retail. There's something about like the animations that he doesn't like. So it's like even the animations are like on something new and improved and all that sort of thing. It's like if you go too far away from certain things, then it becomes like, actually, I don't like this anymore.
Yep.
And everybody is always, gushing over the World of Warcraft, or at least the art team does a pretty damn good job over there on retail. But I also feel like there's some more fine detail stuff, like the animations have gone, and it's true that they've gone like really actiony and really like almost Disney expressive, and it's kind of weird. So it's always going to be a balance. There's going to be a time when we do some reworks, they're going to be like, wow, the original M&M was just way better.
We can only hope, dude. What an honor it would be to be able to ruin everybody's characters like that. Scroll up a little bit more as well. Mosscoat says, I want lizards more as a fellow Ixar main fan, but I love playable Froglocks in EQ2. I really liked Froglocks, okay, but Ratonga in EverQuest 2, those are pretty fucking sweet. Like Froglocks had like the hop animation, which is like, it's novel, but I kind of get tired of it. But the Ratonga had a cool little animation as well, animation set, because of their legs. They had the animal legs, by the way. They'd probably be a good case study for. I should look up some Ratonga animations or something.
Actually, I was looking at some other animations for those animal leg things, and I came across something that I was like, oh shit, this is actually really cool. Elites from Halo. They have some pretty cool stuff. Actually. Let's see. I'm gonna pull up a video because they have. So Halo 1 Elites versus Halo 2 Elites. It's like the perfect video, actually. But they stand a lot taller, and their back leg, and I mean they have different like setup than like a lot of animations for or a lot of like legs or whatever, because their legs kind of go like out and then they back down and then it's like downwards, so it's more like almost like a horse or something like that. But it's still. I was like, oh man, that actually looks pretty good, and their crouch looks pretty good.
I don't know.
I think the Halo 1 looks.
I'm not a fan of those, personally. Very, very hunched.
Yeah, totally different design.
Yeah.
But another one of those things where they did a different take, and it's a take that I actually like in comparison to some of the weird stuff that like World of Warcraft did with the dragon legs.
Yeah,
Like
I saw that run anime. I think you or someone else posted I think it was actually Erskine posted the run animation, and it was so like frilly and fairy like or something. I was like, what?
Yeah, because it's so. That's the new animation style that World of Warcraft is like hitting, though. It's like so Disney. You know, they want. I'm gonna, like, I think of like those like. Do you remember those? Or not remember, but have you seen that like that one? It's kind of like this meme, but it's like this girl that is like acting in real life as a Disney character, and it's fucking uncanny and weird.
I don't think
where they're
so.
like, oh, it's weird. It's like a human that is doing all the Disney-like animation. It's weird.
She an Asian woman? 'Cause I think I was.
I don't know.
There's this one that I caught recently where she does like the facial expressions like a Pixar character or something, very like exaggerated, and
Yeah.
like she was able to move her lips around like that, and I was like, that's very interesting. Like she's doing a good job, but it's very, very reminiscent of Pixar or something. Unchained says, Zukan, what's with the male lizard neck being so thick? Looks like a cross between lizard and a frog. Bro, they got mega neck muscles, dude. Like do the spin of death on you. Get out of line.
Dude, croc people.
Tonga were awesome. Never played EQ2. Oh, is that what it's called? The digigrade legs? Am I saying that right? I knew it had a name. I couldn't figure out what they were called, or even how to look that up.
I think
Digitigrade.
Digidegrade. That's what it's called.
Is this covering anything? Can you see anything that's all that? That might need. This, by the way, would be the torso piece, and then I'd imagine that you'd want to have like a separate torso piece that builds up to it instead of just painting on this. But yeah, this would be the torso piece.
Okay. I think that's you didn't do the gloves necessarily if there's any, but they're just regular fingerless gloves, so that's fine.
Yeah, regular fingerless gloves. It's not like a. Maybe we'd make it like a little frayed, or actually, that's a good point. Maybe I'll add a little something so there's actually something to them.
I think they should. I like it when the gloves kind of come up a little bit onto the wrist. So there's overlap with the bracers slightly, and it just, I don't know, I think it looks a little bit better. I feel like when gloves are like, they stop at just before your wrist bone, it's like, are you like a Michael Jackson impersonator? Or like, why do you need gloves so small? Are you coming for battle? Are you coming for performance with those gloves?
Diamond glove when.
Oh, we can't do
single gloves.
Yeah.
Well, we do have fist weapons.
You know what? I wonder if we can. I'd have to look into it. I assume we can do race specific weapons, like how we do race specific helmets. So in theory we could make like a gloved weapon or a claw or like a very specific
Giant gauntlet
type thing like that, and then model it per race. But
just do a big block, and then make sure it covers everybody's hand, maybe.
yeah.
No.
Well,
and then
that
that.
for the claw that you did for the generic weapon, that is supposed to go on the back of the hand, I assume, right? Based on how it's made.
Yeah, it's supposed to go like.
So
there.
that's going to be the test case on how that whole thing works. Because I don't know, because the stuff attaches to the dummy bone, and then it adopts those values, the scale values, and all that. So I want to see what happens when we do that, because like it could scale, and then it's going to scale from the origin point, which is going to be offset from where the actual thing is. So it could scale, and it might hover off of the hand far too much or something.
Might be able to do some like sick like this, where it's like a huge like a power gauntlet or something. Get the infinity stones in there or something.
Yeah, it also depends on how that scales. Something like that scales as well to, cover the whole thing. But Chip did put in that one thing where I can adjust the position of things, so that could help as well.
Oh yeah, that's true. Actually, actually, I'd kind of want to do like a fist weapon like this. Some boxing gloves for my monk, please.
Oh man. Bug. Verdict Asen, how you doing? Welcome. Dance off right now. I was promised asymmetrical bracers. Then that promise was broken. Eminem sits upon a throne of lies. It did exist, therefore we did not lie. First they came for my asym bracers, then they came for my asym slot, my arm slot.
It's true. We did come for the asym arm slot.
Fireballs, you mean glowing red blinky? EQ monks had those cool handheld crystals. Where's this? Where's the original post? Why won't it let me just jump to that? EQ monks had those cool handheld crystals that made their fists into fireballs. Fireballs, you mean glowing red blinking? Yeah, I don't know how to describe it. I know what you're talking about. The man is the glowing red stone, the glowing black stone graphic. You'll be happy to know that that is something that I plan on making. So they will be in there at some point. Ty Hex, how's it going, man? He's in your chat. Probably not listening to me.
Our chat.
Well, he's probably watching your stream, so yeah. Well, I guess if you have my voice over there as well, that counts, I guess.
Okay, what the hell's going on? There we go. I swear I color picked that like 20. Does that ever happen to you? Where like you color pick something and then like, I don't know, you move your cursor as you like lift off the color pick and it like picks something else? That happened to me like 5 times in a row.
I keep getting the one where like, and this might be a 3D code thing. I don't know if it happens in Photoshop as much, but I'm like on one layer and I'm trying to like color pick on something that's on a different layer, and it doesn't know what to do, so it just gives me like pure white or pure black.
Oh, whoa.
I'm just like, that's not what I wanted, man.
There's got to be like a setting somewhere.
I think there is.
Like
I
that.
think it is actually. And I don't feel like digging it up right now. But I think I saw it actually. I think I turned it off because I'd rather be more precise with my color picks anyway. If I have to switch layers for seconds, so be it.
There, something like that. It just pops onto your hand. And it has to have like a wide brim, or else it's gonna possibly clip or something.
Glowing black stone graphic. That is used from level 20 through best in slot. Yeah. That's an interesting challenge, I think, for Nick and the content guys, is to create items that people will want to use until they kill a dragon.
I'm gonna throw this in the weapon folder.
Oh, the chat is shared. That is awesome. Yes, we're doing a dual stream, Goblin and I, and the chat is shared amongst friends. One thing I would like to adjust is if there's a freaking setting for the zoom speed on this or something. Customized navigation.
I'm gonna quickly be right back again.
Okay. Horizontal speed, vertical speed. Scale or move forward. This isn't. Let's try 0.5. Oh Lord, it's making noises. Seems better. Dual stream would be more interesting. 2 devs enter, one dev leaves. You could make a deep dwarf boss that drops a stone fist weapon. Maybe. Why does it still not look like it's shiny? I can't do these spots very well. That's something. Really like the floating blade enemy you guys made. The blade storm guy. We need to set that up. I haven't done the blade storm in game yet. Blade Fiend, I think, is what it's called. Something like that. I think I thought it was Blade Storm, but Blade Storm sounds cool. Anyway, but yeah.
Hey,
Hey.
so I was thinking about. I heard that last little bit. Can we do like an enchanted armor or something like that with the dervish and just kind of go back to no rotation on the animations?
Enchanted armor.
Yeah, like a helmet with like a sword and shield, just sort of like floating there. Not necessarily rotating and being all dervishy, but like just like enchanted armor.
I mean, maybe, but I think I'd rather do enchanted armor differently. I think it would be cooler to make like do kind of what we did with the Shadow Man and make like the skin transparent and then just have the armor go. And then it's like a full...
Oh, I see. Yeah. Like a more humanoid.
Yeah.
Enchanted armor.
So then we could like have a bunch of different armor on there too and stuff.
Yeah. That'd be sort of like a little bit like what's it called? Would that be sort of like set up like a skeleton?
I think I would just take the human and then I would replace the skin texture with like a transparent texture.
Oh yeah, that would be cool. Oh, also, hey, FeatureFX, what's up?
Hey, man. Streamception. That Wasp looking cool, man. Thanks, dude. Trying to do my best, make him look spooky, shiny, and such.
Hmm.
Honk. I didn't recall a Blade Fiend in Unrest. Like a Shadow Man? Shadow Man, we're all over in various zones. They had a Blade Dervish in Plane of Sky too. What was it called though? Am I crazy in calling it Blade Storm? Like, cause I looked, I think if you look it up, it's called Blade Storm. A Blade Storm. What zone is this in? Plane of Sky. That's the one in Plane of Sky. Oh. Blade Fiend is in. Okay, so Blade Fiend is the Unrest version. I call it Blade Storm though. Like, I just refer to them collectively as a Blade Storm race or something. 'Cause it sounds cool.
So, I think I got a pretty sick workflow on this finally. I was thinking about it and I was like, man, something that I realized is like, we're not like, I felt like I was like, I'm not so sure about like the way that I'm like putting this together, but something that I can do, and I realized that I can do, which is cool, is like take this full model and then like essentially like
Cut it up.
draw what I need to draw on it and then copy that section out, and then because it's copied out I can then oh, actually, I don't think this will have that. Now that I think about it. Once I copy it out, then I can just like have that as its own piece, and then I can go back to painting on this and like just erase this next section, or paint in like the top of the armor, and I just do that. So I'm like painting sections by section, essentially.
I got you. Yeah, having it all in the one painting helps. You can just deconstruct it. Makes it a little bit easier. Scruffy Bart says, yeah, Zukan, the black wasp was a little extension between its torso and back part. Also, the wings are closer together, but I don't think it's really matters. Yeah, I mean, I think there's all kinds of different wasp shapes, but I think as long as we can look at this and be like, yeah, that's a wasp. That's a wasp type thing. That's all that matters. And we can always do another
Wasp
texture.
enthusiasts are gonna, what's it called? Boycott Eminem.
Maybe.
I don't even think so, but that's the downside of not getting something right. I think it was back when we were doing the sand or whatever. I was painting in the sand for Night Harbor, and literally like all the town architects in the world came out to describe to me how sand would not fall like that. Like, damn, fuck.
So just Ollie
Fuck
with
them.
a bunch of different accounts or something. Oh yeah, I updated that list. So stuff got updated. That and Dracolich definitely on my most anticipated. I don't know if I'll do the Dracolich, or whoever does the Dracolich will be doing it on stream. Might just have to save that one.
Yeah, we're not doing a couple things on stream now. We got secrets to have, surprises to keep. Wait, other way around. Secrets to keep, surprises to have.
Yeah, I don't know. I might need to start doing some of those class symbols on stream or something. Just to kind of motivate myself to do more of them. Or at least the ones that have been exposed already. Do some of those on the weekend or something. Zukan will spill the beans anyway, eventually. Ye of little faith. Think of all the things that I haven't said that you guys don't even know about.
There's just that much going on in Eminem.
I don't believe you. Tell us something you haven't said yet. Nice try. I almost said something, but I caught it. Got onto your game.
Thank you for the follow. Does it have a link to like to Zukan's stream in my chat? Like, does it have like a little pop-up or whatever that says, hey, he's streaming with this person?
It says in the title, Goblin works with Zukan.
Oh, whoever can, I see. There's a thing. Oh, shared chat. I see. Yeah, and yeah, okay.
Their race was Dervish, though, as there were also all those similar type mobs with like elementals and stuff. So the way EverQuest did like the race allocation, I'm curious how they did it, because they're doing it differently than we are anyway. Because they were able to have like dragon, like a bunch of different dragons, all like classified as dragon, but with like different heads on them and stuff. And it seems like the way that we have stuff set up, unless we change it, which maybe we will at some point. Whenever we like, each prefab basically has its own race assignment. So right now, if we made a second dragon with a different head or something, in order to get it to go up, like the only two ways we can do that is make like a male and female dragon, and then we have two heads, but then we're capped out, or we have to make any other race, like a new race of dragon or something, like in the database. And I don't know, maybe that's just as simple as dragon B, dragon A, B, something like that. But it seems like EverQuest just had dragon. So I don't know, that's something that we need to, that's probably a question to ask Ollie at some point. But maybe it's not something we need to worry about until we actually need it. I'm just curious how that will go, though. There were a lot of variations of dragon by the time we realized. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if we want to do that, then we need like the way we're doing it now doesn't seem like the optimal way. So I'm like kind of like hope there's a plan here, or hope we'll figure something out, but it's not like an immediate thing. So and I mean really it's just like kind of just paperwork bullshit anyway, so but it'd be nice to have a plan there. Feel better about it. Heads, wings, stance, a lot of things. Well, I mean, they're like, if you look at Trachanon, for example, and compare it to Nagafin, Nagafin has one body type that is shared with a lot of the other dragons. Like, there's a ton of dragons that are Nagafin dragons. But Trachanon, like a lot of those Kunark dragons, or not a lot of them, but a bunch of those specialty Kunark dragons like Trachanon, those are like completely different models, completely different animation, like completely different. So, and like it, yeah. But like even if those are like, I think maybe Trachanon might be classified as like something specific, like Trachanon. It might be like a Trachanon race or something. Like if any of you are familiar with the EQ Lantern project, you can kind of dig around in the game files with that and really kind of see what they have there. There's a few that were swapped. I mean, the majority of them are Nagafin dragons, I think. Let me save this. I think it's just like Trachanon and the Sleeper that are of that type. And most of the other dragons are Nagafin. Okay. Let's do a little test here. Hey, that's not bad. That's kind of spooky Wasp looking. I like it. Going in the right direction anyway. All right. Let's keep going on this.
Hello.
Hello.
Bo Brown from YouTube says, "Am I going to get to wear this armor set? Eventually, if you are good enough at the game and are a plate wearer."
Is that plate? Yeah, that's
Yeah. Quados says, "Heyo, hello, Quados. First time chatter."
Hey Q, what up, dude?
Will tattoos be okay? So here's something that I had talked about, like really at the beginning, like when we were talking about all this stuff, but I just don't know as time progresses and we just haven't really talked about it. But then also as time progresses and we get more and more like close to a time where maybe that stuff just kind of gets put onto the sidelines. But at one point, you know henna,
Yep.
like the tattoo that that lasts for like 2 weeks or whatever.
Yep.
Part of me was thinking, like, if we can get it in data, or if we can get the functionality, how cool would it be for like monks or like fighters or something to get like a henna tattoo that like hit on their body and replace that slot, but was stuck there for like a day or however long that we decide. It's like you are deciding to use this piece and it's going to go away after 2 weeks or whatever, or going to go away after a day.
Yeah, the tattoo conversation keeps popping up in like different solutions and stuff. I think really we're limited on being able to do it as a facial, or not, like just a feature. We don't actually have any way to do any options on the body other than like picking your skin color. Like all the features are like facial features. So the tattoos that we do have are, it's like a beard kind of thing. It puts a texture on your face, and it's its own specific layer that goes on top of. It's like in addition to beards. So like you can pick your eye color, you can pick your beard, your hair color, your beard color, and then there's like an extra slot where we put like scars or tattoos or anything, but all of that stuff is built into the head, specifically the head material, because the head is its own material ID on the characters. And that works great, but it doesn't do anything for the body tattoo stuff. So if we want body tattoos, then kind of right now the only way I think we can do it is like we've talked about, having certain monk armor be like a tattoo kind of thing, which we can totally do.
Next time, lead with that, man. So I thought you were going with so we can't do it. Fuck.
Well, I mean, yeah, like
Oh, shit.
we can do the, like we can just say, hey, this monk armor is a tattoo, and then the problem is like it'll function just like armor, where you can take it on or put it off, or
Yeah.
put it on or take it off, right? So that's where we're at right now with in terms of like actual functionality. Like we could try and do like alternate skin options. I don't know how that works though. But
Yeah, I don't
theoretically,
I don't know how that works out.
theoretically we could do okay. You know, we bake it into the skin option itself that you have this tattoo, but we still don't have any mask bandwidth there. Like we can't, because the green and blue channel are still spoken for the eyes and the teeth. Like the body, the body has like the head and the body, like it has those two material IDs and technically the cape as well, but it's all in that one prefab, and that one prefab has the one skin setting which controls it all. So the only way we would, like, if we went that route, you basically have like it would be a value change on your skin. So you would have like, it would always be more like scars rather than a tattoo. Unless we spent the time to make really complicated compound lerps where like a skin tone has like a blue in like a different value range, but that's going to be really tricky, and I don't know if it's worth it. And that all entirely hinges on even the ability to like pick a different skin texture. So I don't know, man. It's like it's tricky because it's like, how much effort do we want to put into that?
Yeah, there's like a part of me is like, well, if we wanted to do like just like black ink tattoos or something like that, we might be able to go, okay, let's do this tattoo and we'll like save it out as like skin tattoo 1 or whatever, and that's where like you just do it. But then you'd have to choose like a tattoo, not like a combination of tattoos, because then you get layering on the skin before the armor. It's just I feel like if we do that sort of thing, it's going to be like we do that sort of thing like 3 years down the road, once the dust has settled and we've gotten, leave it for an expansion or something.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's probably the best option right now. It's just like, let's make the game first.
Yeah,
you can always get a tattoo later in life. You got to be 18 or older to get a tattoo anyway, right? So
but I feel like the monk option with that is pretty cool though. So if we can get like
that's something we
can
thing,
that's sick.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know how being forced to wear it for an amount of time would go down, but we can definitely just like make a piece of armor a tattoo. I think that's something we can do.
Whether or not everybody will bite on the idea of like henna or whatever is different.
Yeah. I mean, I wonder if we could use like illusions for that. I don't know if that'd be weird though, but like you put on this thing, then it activates like an illusion buff that you cannot remove for however long. So, but that's a whole other can of worms right now, because illusions are kind of goofy right now. Where's my freaking mouse? Hey, Class and Cool. What up, bro? Just wanted to swing by and say hey. Hey. I don't know you streamed the process as well, so I had to fix the situation. What are your thoughts on transparent gear, like some magical cloth? What do you mean by transparent gear? Like, it makes you invisible, or like you put on a thing and it's like if like a transmog kind of thing where it makes you kind of naked? You see your body through it. I feel like that's I mean, if it makes sense to do, we can do it. I don't know what the context would be for wanting that. Seems like it would just be kind of either trolly kind of outfit, or like a transmog situation.
Hey, sorry for being so fucking tardy this stream, but I need to go shovel a driveway real quick. I'll be right back again.
All right, have fun. Hope's not over there battling a snowstorm right now. I need my line segments layer to be less transparent. Ooh, that's a dark one. How do you feel about being naked? You know, being naked is nothing to be ashamed of. You've never been to a nudist beach? You're missing out, man. So freeing. I love the mesh graphics for monks. Probably like the monk unique cloth graphic. So mesh and like semi-transparent clothing, that is stuff that would be really cool to do. I don't know, that is something to try, I guess. I don't know how that would work with our system. You know how EverQuest did it though? This is the reason why there was only like one skin tone. Well, there's probably multiple reasons, but when they did like some of those, the female erudite clothing where it's like semi-transparent and stuff, they just painted that. That's just like one straight texture. And since characters only have one skin tone, like they could just paint that stuff onto the armor and have the skin underneath and you'd never notice. But since we have separate skin options you can select from, and they always kind of show underneath, then we can't just make transparent. We can't just paint in like a transparent thing and then paint in the skin underneath, because there's no guarantee that your skin tone will match whatever we paint, unless we start limiting skin options. So that's tricky, and the reason we would have to do that is because I'm not quite sure if we can do just a transparent thing or not, like a semi-transparent thing, I should say. Like I said, that's something I could test and see. But I don't know if the LERP system likes that stuff, is the problem. All right. See, it doesn't like doesn't like that stuff. It wants stuff to be opaque or transparent. So there's some technical limitations for that sort of thing. Perhaps. Need to see. I'm sure there's a solution in there. Can you not just tweak opacity on any piece of gear? No, because it's not each texture, each armor isn't like an individual material. It's the skin and then the armor texture, like those get compiled in real time on top of everything. Like when you equip a piece of gear, or when you remove a piece of gear, it's updating like a single material on your character in real time. Like, so you only have one material for your body, and the way it's doing that is it's pulling the texture, and then it's pulling a mask, and it's like, okay, this is the part of the texture that you're using for this chest piece. Like, it's just going to grab the chest piece section, and then it's going to make everything else transparent. And that's kind of a binary way of thinking. Like, there's no like, if I make the texture transparent, then it's going to make the difference of that, and make the mesh transparent entirely. At least that's my assumption on how it's going to happen. Maybe I'm wrong. Like, I could do a test of it and see, and if I'm wrong, then we're in business for that sort of thing. But I did try to do it with the Shadow Knight helmet. Let me pull up reference of that and I'll show you. Sorry about that. So, you guys familiar with hang on. This guy. So you know the Shadow Knight. You guys have probably seen this. It's been around for a bit. This set it's in game to an extent. We needs more work, but the helmet is certainly in, and the eyes are supposed to be blacked, or not totally blacked out, but like kind of do that fade to black sort of thing that you may have seen in some of the World of Warcraft helmets. So on the actual helmet, there's some planes in front of the eyes, and there's one in front of the nose as well, that it was designed to kind of like transition slowly into shadow, so make yourself look even more like spooky and all that jazz. but because the way our system works, it doesn't like that. It doesn't like semi-transparency. Like all of it is just missing. So for the helmet, there is a potential solution where I just make an extra material for those shadow cards, and then I separate that from the LERP system, and that might work for those, but there's no way to separate the body armor from that system, because in order for it to show up on the body, it needs to go through the LERP system. So I'm not sure what kind of solution there is for that, but yeah, so that's kind of the hurdle that we need to figure out for that to work. If that makes sense. I'm sure that there's got to be a solution, right? Maybe there's a way to build out some other system where we can do those independently, or I don't know, man. It's really a question for smart folks. Like we have a really cool system, but every system has the limit, right? Like we are sacrificing certain things to be able to have more versatility, or we're sacrificing, I guess maybe you could say, more versatility for convenience, because it is much more convenient for us to make like one grayscale texture and then have the engine do the coloring and all that stuff than for us to do it individually each time for every combination. So I don't know what class this is for, but it looks sick. It's for the Shadow Knight. If you go to the Shadow Knight guild, or the Necromancer guild, even same place, they wear the guards there have that armor on.
Welcome back.
Holy shit!
Jesus fucking Christ. Ugh.
What is that? And just using Photoshop and adjusting the colors with some sliders. Not that much work, but you get more control using clips. But is that not just using Photoshop? No. So we're using our LERPs, like we have a whole system built into the engine that it applies like a color gradient. I think you sacrifice way more for using LERPs. I mean, there was a sacrifice, right? Like we have certain limitations.
Red Forest Game Dev. The difference between using it just in Photoshop versus using it in engine is that when we apply a LERP or make a LERP, it applies to possibly every single piece of armor
that uses that material. So if we make any metal, we have metal lerps that will apply to every single armor that uses metal, including weapons and all that cool stuff. And then the same thing with cloth and leather, and chain will be a certain type. But otherwise we'd have to go, okay, let's make this lerp and export it out for, we'd have 10, 20 possibly different files that are exported per file, per armor type. And the file size of the game would be insane in comparison to what we have. And workload wise, it means that a lot of that can be put on to the designers, and it's curated, so it's not like they're coming up with colors, but they get to choose what colors based off of what we choose. So it's a way better system in my opinion.
It's definitely more agile for a small company like us to be able to just make the textures and then make the lerps and then have all of them work interchangeably. Because it's not just the armor or the weapons. Like, we can put those lerps on anything, because like all of our characters are lerping too. So like if you're like looking at like a copper metal lerp and it looks good on a rat, it's like no reason you can't do that. So
yeah,
like it definitely is powerful, but it still has limitations, just like anything.
Yeah,
like
and
like even doing it the other way, like where like you make like the custom stuff in Photoshop, like, and you import full color textures into the game. Like, there is still a limitation there, but the limitation is time, right? And that's what we prioritized, like more time, I guess.
Yeah. This helps us get in an author a whole lot more textures and not worry about too much once it's in game. And then also, sorry for I'm out of breath. I just shoveled the driveway. But also the lerps. I was looking at a lot of our inspiration for like our style, and a lot of our style kind of leans towards something called local color, which is like if a cape is red, it looks like red, like the environmental like lighting or whatever doesn't hit as hard, and there's also a whole lot less color variation that's perceived because of that. And with the way that our lerps work, we actually get a little bit more monotone and less color variation, unless we specifically like mask out like a rust mask or something for like other colorations or whatever. But it forces our style into something that we want, and I think that's a huge boon, because we don't want too much color variation within like any given material type, especially armor or cloth, where that stuff would end up being dyed.
But our lerps also not a texture, and if I'm correct, you need more of them, like red, green, blue, yellow, and so on. I mean,
those files are tiny.
Yeah, they're small. They're like it's just a small gradient. It's like I forget what the size they are at right now. They're like 245 by like 8 pixels or something.
Right, it's like this. It's essentially like this file, right? Except for, put horizontal.
Yeah, they're super easy to make too. So like You just, I mean, it's just the Photoshop gradient, and you just take a screenshot of it and you throw it in there, pretty much. So.
There are reasons we decided on this system, and I think they're pretty damn good reasons.
I kind of wonder.
It's nice because we're able to do everything in grayscale too. Grayscale is a lot quicker than color authoring.
Yeah. I think it's painting in grayscale is definitely nice to kind of work your way through the lighting of it.
And
It's when you start adding color, at least, I mean, it's probably less of an issue for you because you're like way better, but for me anyway, like adding like lighting and then color, like those are two different layers, and
yeah, it's a whole. Yeah,
it's
a whole other.
Yeah, it can get overwhelming. We can get mixed up or whatever.
Yeah, because then thing is, like, saturation also affects like how you perceive how bright any given thing is. So it's like, so if you add in saturation to it, like the value might be a little different or whatever.
Yeah, you know those
things,
those puzzles, those visual puzzles where it's like, are these two colors the same color? And you're like, no way, they're totally different. Look at them. But like then you like shift it over to the other side, and it's like they're the same damn color. It's like that shit's that's scary. It's like, fuck. It's like easy to fall into weird traps like that.
Adjusting the lerps is there's some times where we go, oh, that's not, but then if we start adjusting them, like there's some really, really good outcomes you can get. It's just a matter of fiddling with the lerps and everything, because you can still get color variation. The only difference is a single value is always going to be tied to a single hue or a single color, which it has all the different types of, you know, ways that it could exist. So it's like you have your value, hue, and saturation, and all that is tied to a single value, which essentially only means that you can't get different hues that are the same or different saturations that are like underlying the same value. But that's fine, because we don't want too much of that any which way, because the way that a lot of those old painters and old paintings looked, you know, it's not necessarily something that we want to aim for. You get a lot of that in like Guild Wars 2 did a lot of that, where they sort of just pasted on like some color variation texture, and regardless of value, you know, there was lots of overlap, value and saturation and all that, but that's not an aesthetic that we're going for. Yep, yeah, it's just how we manage it. Manage the end, and it's nice because if we manage like one lerp and it looks really good, all of our we've made a lerp master recently that means that every single piece of metal is going to use this value range, and every single piece of leather is going to try and use that same value range. And so when we lerp any given material like metal or leather or whatever, we can bet quite easily that quite confidently that it will line up. And if it doesn't line up, that's a problem with the texture, not the lerp. Unless the lerp looks bad on all textures, right? So it's just that sort of balance.
Yeah, and as long as we, you know, when we're authoring the textures, we stay within the balance. Like up on my top right here, I have like this gradient of like, this is my metals master. So I'm actually color picking from this as I'm painting the Wasp. So might be able to use a bunch of metal lerps on this guy when we're done with it. And so as long as I stay within these values, there's a good chance that it'll turn out looking pretty good with those lerps that already exist. And if it's an issue, it's easy, just slide around the values with a levels adjust on the texture, or we can always just update the lerp as well, because we have those stored in a non-destructive way. So we can always go back to those and tweak them slightly. So yeah, it's a good system. So I dig it. But yeah, I mean, it's still not perfect. It can do a lot. It's designed for kind of a specific thing, being more agile. Because there's only 30 of us, I think. Are we up to how many are we up to now? 31 or something? 32? 30? I think we're still at 30 people. So we're kind of a small team. So trying to do more with less is kind of our thing.
It's almost to the point where I feel like we have a lot of artists and we're on schedule and everything, and that's sick. But a part of me is like, not gonna lie, part of me is saying like we should see if we can get someone for just data entry. Fuck, dude. Because or at least I think we do have someone that's data entry, but it's like the amount of stuff that we have and variations that we can get out of it. It's like, think about this actually, like for a single chess piece, right? We would have something like bronze, copper, iron, steel, which will be all different lerps, gold, adamantium, mithril, and then we can go up to like dragon or whatever the hell. So it's like, let's say it's like 15 lerps, or let's say 10 different lerps of like different metal. That's 10 different lerps. That's 10 different items for just the chess piece. And there's like how many items that we have to complete a single set, right? We have boots, legs, chest piece. We have a shirt that goes under the chest piece, gloves, bracers, shoulder, helmet, right? All those are items times 9 times all the sets that we have already. It's like we need to enter a lot of different items into our system so that players can actually, and then we need to put them in a way that players can get them. And like we're almost in a place where we have like a lot to work with.
Yeah, that implementation step is pretty time consuming. I was trying to get the generic weapons kind of plugged in, and it's like 30 something weapons, 31, something like that.
Yeah.
And right now I still have to do I can import them all as a group, like from the FBX, but I still have to set up like the prefabs and plug in those prefabs into data, and then plug in those data nodes into the thing one by one. So that sucks. And then you got to create the textures and plug those into the prefab as well individually. So
yeah.
I need to bug Chip again on that. See if you can build something. And hey, Annoying Llama, thanks for the follow, man. How you doing? Yes, I'm making a Wasp. He's turned out pretty good. Kind of coming together. I'm digging it right now. Okay, let me turn this on.
Oh yeah, fuck yeah, it is coming together.
Slowly but surely.
Before you start digging into all the bevels on the actual like Wasp, what's it called, like the abdomen, can you zoom into the thorax really quick?
Turn the wings off. I did already start doing some of the beveling right here.
Yeah. Do you think now this is me thinking out loud? Do you think that beveling should be a slight bit thicker because the wasps are going to be so small, or what are you thinking?
Well, I think it depends on the. I'm sure there's going to be really big ones too. Like I mean, I don't know what the final size is, but this one is already pretty big. I could thicken it up, see how it looks, I guess.
The only reason that I say that is because, if you make that recession into the shadow, a bit more gradient-ish or gradientized, I guess. If that would sell like the wrapping of the form, like into it instead of like a hard panel, and if it takes a little bit more space, then it even feels more round. And
well,
then it
I was kind of doing it as kind of a hard panel rather than because like that's why I highlighted the edge here. Like it's like a flat and then a plane change. If I wanted to have it be more gradient, then I could do it that way. But
the only reason that I'm saying this is because if you test it out with this one just to see, for like before applying it to the whole thing and going, man, that's all. Essentially just testing it in this one little section of the texture.
I could see how it goes. It's gonna be a little bit harder to get like a nice looking transition though.
Yeah, like that to me. Oh wait, hold on. Yeah. How you're taking in the shadow and bringing that, because right now there's like that gradient into the shadow is I think where the big win will be. Because right now it's just sort of like a hard line. Yeah, and how do you feel about that? Is it?
I don't know. It feels too soft. Kind of like so one of the things I did after I posted the progress shot is I went back and I removed some edges to make him more angular. Because I was like, you know what, he's too round and he needs to be more angry. So I think kind of having harder panel edges also kind of leans into that.
Now,
maybe I'm just not painting these well enough to really sell it, but
can you like zoom out really quick? I feel like you could take in like a really like strong highlight into that. Just a slight bit like inside the panel than you were. Actually, hold on. Do you want to screen share on live stream, or sorry, on Slack?
Go for it. Can you doodle
a highlight that's like really hot white, like here and here, might get that, and you can make that as smaller or like refined as you can or as you want.
No. I think if it's like, if you're just kind of feeling like these guys or the highlight or something is too thin, or the bevel is too thin or something, I think you're kind of onto something with like the highlight being too thin. I could see that. I could thicken that up and adding it a little bit more or something and creating more volume there. Maybe kind of playing with the edge or the line thickness or something. But oh, it's probably.
What do you think about something like that? So, oops.
That looks pretty good.
So there's like, yeah, the only thing is, or not the only thing, but the thing I'm like mostly thinking is this panel into this, like maybe the black is a little bit too thick, and it could have like this transition into the shadow could be just a little bit more with like rounded, and then you can hit that highlight with a nice like this highlight that you have that's really thin. You can still hit that thin highlight, I think.
Yeah, these are very thick. I could reduce those.
That might just be it. Is the highlights actually might be perfectly good as is.
The thick. You're thinking the thickness of the dark. It's too dark or too thick.
Yeah, and just like have a little more gradient, like as it goes from that black into those like bevels.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. I think you're right. Just tighten these up more. Might just have to. I'm trying to keep them on a separate layer, but it might just be easier to merge those down, probably.
Might be a good tool for the, what's it called, for a soft brush. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, like a soft round, and might be able to do something like a big soft round, lower opacity, and then do something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna merge these down. I'm gonna save this first. Save as. And we'll save another version. In case I need to backtrack.
Yeah. Anyway, you don't have to keep streaming while I'm here, though.
That didn't show up on stream, I don't think, though.
Oh no.
Because yeah, I guess it wouldn't. I'm streaming with window capture, and I guess that's the display thing. So.
Oh yeah. Whiskey Hoarder from YouTube says, "Loving the art style of this game. You guys are doing great work."
All right.
I think we're doing pretty good work.
Guess I'll change this to detail layer. Ooh, fancy. Right on. What are you grinding on? Annoying llama. The Pantheon's down until 13th. Everyone's just kind of get it. Inburst Drift. Gotcha. Is that on Steam yet? I was gonna. I don't want to. Not that I have any damn time to, but thought about kind of hopping on there for a bit.
You know what? You know what game I saw? It was Red Cloud that was playing it last night. But the old Final Fantasy MMO, they still have like retail servers up. And I was asking a whole lot about it, and they were like, "Yeah, no, it's really, really good, and it has a lot of, you know, a lot of the same stuff that I feel like we're even excited about in terms of like low APM, very high in terms of like player knowledge and making sure that you do the right thing or else you die, and very, very large grinds, that sort of thing."
Yeah, it's one of the inspirations, I think. One of the ones that we refer to certain things.
All right, here's a question. This chain vest or chain tunic that goes under the metal section, should that be a shirt? Or should that be on the torso?
The chain under the plate portion?
Yeah. Or the scale,
well, you already
whatever.
have like this other bit on it. This cloth bit. Right? So isn't that the shirt? I think
with cloth.
So you have the
Oh, here, one second. Maybe I'll stream and you can draw on it so I can see.
Hey Baloo, we're in Slack if you want to come and join us and chat, bro. You can tell jokes.
Give us your best joke, Canada joke.
So you have crap. You have this bit, right?
Yeah.
But then you have this down here, which indicates that you already have a shirt designated for this piece.
Yeah, yeah.
So I think,
And so, yeah.
I think making this the chest piece and then having this be its own thing is probably better. But I guess is the question like, should you combine this onto the shirt and then have this be the combo or the shirt?
Yeah, that's sort of what I'm. Should I? Because then we get some cool layers or whatever, and maybe I can paint in like this interaction, right? This interaction here, a little bit more intentionally, but at the same time, I don't know. I don't know what I want.
I kind of feel like I'm leaning towards this option, because then you can paint the interaction between these guys, which I think will get more play, and then you can still get this if you just mask out the chain.
Yeah. So this will be probably 3 lerps then, because it'll be this metal right here. Then it will be the chain, which is this, and then it will be a 3rd trim chain that's gonna connect these, and we could probably make that like whatever we want, similar or different, maybe some cool gold or whatever. And if we wanted to, we could also put this centerpiece as like this to get some cool stuff out of it. But yeah, that works for me.
Yeah, that's probably how I would do it.
And then this piece, this cloak or whatever, or sorry, this robe, like anybody could probably wear that. Then it doesn't become like a chain robe.
Yeah, I kind of like the idea of keeping shirts like as low armor class as we can, because then we get more use out of them, because I really do not want to see like certain people with like chain or plate shirts, because I think that'll throw stuff weirdly, you know what I mean? So like the more shirts we have that are like cloth or even leather, the more range I feel like we're getting with them.
So having some, at one point we did see chain shirt with chain like tunic or whatever, or like chest, and that looked pretty cool, having those like that. It was like two different like chain like overlapping.
Yeah,
It was pretty
what
cool.
stuff were you wearing in the test? That looked kind of cool actually.
It was there was like a ruby chain tunic or something.
That was the shirt, and then you had like the one of the regular chain, Night Harbor chain or something.
Ghastly, I know you know this, but shirts don't have stats.
When I said AC, I was referring to like the class of armor, like chain, cloth, leather, etc. It gets confusing when I refer to it like that, but whatever. You guys got it.
All right, now what will the belt be for this?
Yeah, we don't want jokes here. Take it to Slack. But if they have rarity, then it still matters.
Yeah, as a status thing, for sure. But no one's gonna like uninvite you from a group for wearing a specific shirt. Unless it's like a all goblin suck shirt, then we're kicking you.
I mean, I would uninvite them if it's a wizard wearing a chain shirt.
Who do you think you are, battle wizard? Get out of here.
Of course, they do run around with two-handed swords in our game.
Yeah.
Which I have mixed feelings about.
I don't have mixed feelings at all. I don't like it. I don't like it. We're making all these cool fucking weapons for wizard and spellcasters. Like staves and wands and fucking scepters and rods, and you're sitting here being like, no, I'm gonna do a two-handed axe. Fuck you.
One-handed sword makes sense. Two-handed sword wizard seems a bit off. That's what I'm saying. Like
Yeah.
I can get on board with the one-handed sword.
Yeah, me too.
That was what I thought the Gandalf fantasy was, but here we are.
Hold on. What the? I need to check this now. Do you guys remember? All right, we're gonna go to YouTube together. YouTube. Lord of the Rings PS2 Gandalf.
The Two Towers game.
All right. Look at that. Staff and sword.
squealing that is going
yeah,
on.
they actually had the clips from the movie. Just set it up. That's so cool.
I need to get that game, dude. I haven't played it. Everyone keeps talking about it. The squealing that is going to happen when a wizard outrolls a fighter or ranger or whatever for a two-handed sword is going to be hilarious. Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance was better. I haven't played that one either. You know what? You know what is better though is Champions of Norath.
Remember the Lord of the Oh shit. Did you see that finishing move? That was sick. Do you remember was it Lord of the Rings Conquest or something? It was like a fucking MOBA. It's like a third person, like it was like a what's it called? Star Wars Battlefront.
I don't know that one.
But Lord of the Rings. Anyway. Yeah, Gandalf doesn't use a two-handed sword. Hey, how do you feel about what is it, the mana thing that wizards have? Where, like, if they go hit something, they get mana regen.
Was that how it works? I thought it was just a straight mana regen.
I think recently they added that, or at least I heard someone on stream talk about that.
I'll have to look into that.
Because the reason I'm asking how you feel about it is because part of me goes, I feel like that would be something a spell sword would also really like to have. Maybe it's less because they're going to be more melee focused and everything, but
In Vanguard, the cleric had a spell like that. It was like a melee attack where you would deal damage and then you would regen like a chunk of mana, per hit, per hit. And I thought it was weird because I was like coming from EverQuest. I'm just used to the cleric just sitting on his ass the whole time. But I mean, I don't know. It's a thing.
Isn't Spellblade a mix of a wizard and fighter, though?
Yeah.
Lich?
More modifying their spells. I'm still waiting for troll wielding gnome spell sword as a proc bonus. Just classes be their own thing. Game with spell sword shouldn't let wizards do that much martial stuff. Yeah, I mean, like, it's kind of encroaching on Spellblade. Also, I need a AFK moment here. Just leave you with a little buddy here.
All right. Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about it. Just because I'm like, well, if they're a hybrid class, then wouldn't you want a little bit of that of each? Because that's kind of how I feel about it, them being a hybrid class. But having their own thing, like, I feel like they do have their own thing, which is like they enchant their weapons with like different different thing. You can't. Isn't that the case? You enchant your sword with fire or whatever. I don't think wizards should be making their weapons or putting their weapons on fire or enchanting them with like ice or whatever. Okay, so that's good. You know. Let's take this. I'm gonna copy that over. Copy, paste. Nice. We're gonna go like this. Actually, we're gonna grab this guy. Copy, paste. And flip it.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Can't believe Blue didn't come in and tell jokes.
They aren't wizards. I'm already not a huge fan of wizards and clerics, etc. Getting mind buffing these nuts.
They aren't wizards. Are you talking about Spellblade?
Yeah.
I think White Bandit. I think they need some. Wizards need some reason, some way to like be to kind of stay in the fight. I feel like though, like, I kind of agree with you about the mind buff thing because as an enchanter, it's like, hey, that's my job, you know. But at the same time, I feel like they need something though. I don't know if there's
Wizards?
Yeah, well, they need a way to maintain relevance in a group, like, because the problem is, like historically, they would, in EverQuest anyway, you'd have a wizard just kind of sitting down, like 75% of the time because they can only attack. They only have enough mana to like blow out their wad like all at once, and then they're out of mana for like 2 minutes or something, or they stand up and then they finish off the mob when it's like running away or something, when it's low health, and then they sit back down and they just they're the finisher.
That's kind of cool. I mean, I've never played that, so I don't know how it feels or whatever. But are there any wizard mains that are like, no, I love that?
I think if they could do it like from a higher percentage, I guess, because it's like the last like 10% or something they usually do it. So like on every pull, they're just sitting there watching everybody like do all the work, and then they finish it and take kill credit, right? It's like, I don't know, questionable. It's not great DPS, right? Like, you'd rather have a rogue. You'd rather have 2 rogues than a rogue and a wizard or something, usually.
wonder if there could be like a fire dot or something that you put at the beginning. I mean, this is brainstorming at this point. But like a fire dot you put at the beginning, and the longer that it burns, the more like damage you'll be getting when you cash out. And so you're like waiting for like 30% or something to go, fuck it, bam, and just destroy them, nuke them or whatever. So like you're there, and you're keeping watch on things and everybody's abilities and making sure that you cash out as much damage as you can.
In Vanguard, they had like they could get like refunds on their damage or their mana, like using a certain spell or something. Or I think I never played a sorcerer in that game, so I don't fully understand the mechanics of it. But essentially like by them doing damage or doing it in a certain order or something like that, like they can get a certain amount of mana back. So like through using those abilities, so they're dealing damage and they're able to actively refund the mana, which allows them to continue going, which I think something like that may be a better way to do it. Like some sort of like, because right now we're giving them a mana regen thing, but it's a passive mana regen thing, and I feel like a better way to do it would to create some sort of active mana regen thing that doesn't involve melee. That would be that seems like a good idea to me. But
I don't mind the melee thing, especially if their damage is fucking trash or like halved or whatever. When maybe there's like a mana regen like stance or whatever that you put on that means that like your damage is super but you're doing something, and then you get mana back, so you're like, or it only like happen maybe, so you're not like standing there like a fucking goof, for way too long. Like you like go tap them for a little bit more mana regen, then go back to sitting where you were. Something that's just like a little engaging, because that's been the identity for Eminem's Wizard for a while, is that people wanted something melee to go in with Wizard. And I mean I haven't played that much Wizard, so I don't know like how it feels. That's just what I remember a lot of people talking about on the team.
maybe a buff from wizards that create a mana shield on tank, and the more damage the tank does, it restores some mana to the wizard. A wizard meleeing and cleric, for that matter, I ain't a fan of. White Bandit, are you like kind of a staunch supporter of the classic art like play styles? Like would you be happy if a cleric just always sat down all the time and a wizard always sat down all the time? It's like, is that kind of your... I'm not attacking that position, I'm just trying to clarify what your preference is, I guess, because just curious, because I feel like we're trying to like recapture a lot of that, but also like find new ways to keep engagement in a certain level. Like I feel like that's part of the reason why wizard and cleric can do those things.
Riddle me this: why would a cleric need plate armor? If he wasn't gonna be meleeing things.
Fashion Quest.
Yeah. Because it's fucking cool.
Yeah. And that's always the answer. I mean, it's not completely make or break for me, but I like having absolutely unique play styles for all classes. I agree with you. Like I feel like I would like I'm on that boat too with you. I prefer the certain play styles, like archetype of certain things. So I'm not attacking you at all for that. Just trying to get.
I do like the idea, and I mean maybe I just like the idea because I don't want to I'm coming from the perspective of someone who has almost exclusively played like WoW and then saw it progressively become a fucking keyboard warrior game where like your APM and like keeping your fingers busy meant something, or not meant something, but was like more the direction. And it was fucking mind numbing and pissed me off. And so the opposite of that, which is that every once in a while I keep an eye on the mobs, and then I'm drinking my soda and I go, oh shit, and I have to go bah, and like cast my one spell that nukes the fuck out of an enemy, and I feel like a wizard that's fireballing this asshole. Like I feel like that's cool. Like, and I'm coming from one side going, I want that other side. I kind of want to just hang back, look cool, and come in and fucking nuke things. That's cool to me. But at the same time, I don't know what that experience is like. So it might be like grass is greener sort of thing.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious how it actually pans out in the long run, because like a lot of the play that we've done has been on the lower end, and basically everyone is a warrior at level, between level 1 and level 10, more or less. But it's like when you start hitting the 20s and 30s, mobs start like double attacking and offhand attack and quad hitting, and like you start needing like haste and slows and stuff to really compete, and AC like and shit like that is like you'll get just fucking destroyed if you're anything but plate. Like when we get to those levels, I kind of wonder how a cleric meleeing or a wizard meleeing really pans out, because there's like my expectation is that the martial skills of those caster classes won't keep up with like a standard like melee class. So does it then become a waste of time to stand up and punch stuff? Is it like a fun quirky thing to like help out in those lower levels and it kind of peters out? Or is there like interest in utilizing that stuff long term? Because if it's that one where it's like, oh, the melee of clerics and wizards aren't keeping up, we need to adjust stuff so that they can keep up. That's a problem in my I don't think we should do that. But if it's just like, they get what they get and it's good for a while, but eventually it makes more sense to kind of gravitate towards the more norm of playstyles, and that's
what if
that's
it's
fine.
What if it's like a trade-off? As in like say there's an enemy coming in and you're like, fuck, I don't have enough mana to finish this guy off in time before like this other spawn happens, and there's like a time thing where we need to kill this guy like fucking pronto, but I don't have enough mana. So the guy goes, okay, and he runs in and he hits it and he gets like a decent amount of mana back, and then after that his mana regen like kind of slows, so then he can go, okay, now I'm going to cast my nuke, kill the guy,
even at the sacrifice of like mid-term mana regen or something. Like that feels like it could help in terms of like, hey, we do this every once in a while, but that's it.
Yeah, I mean, like the like it still could be helpful in edge cases and stuff. Like, shit, there's times when you know, you would start auto attacking stuff in EverQuest as like clerics actually did not too terrible by comparison. I think shaman actually had some pretty you know, respectable damage with their, they could use spears and stuff. So it's not like unheard of, but typically at a certain level it's more of a novel thing than a strategy. Or like, you know, like you're mentioning, like a kind of an edge case, like battle to the struggle to the end kind of thing.
Yeah, if it's edge cases and you're doing it and it saves your party or whatever, and like you do that maybe fucking like, I don't know, like once a session, or like you know, that feels pretty cool. A button that you don't have to press, but you have it, and when you do press it, it's fucking sick. That's cool. That's cool to me.
The wizard class description makes it sound like the wizard only goes melee to regenerate mana. This is a new thing that I'm hearing about, them regenerating mana with melee, and I need to look into it.
That's been I think that's been there, or the idea of it has been there for a while. So I think it's even on the class page.
Maybe it's always been the thing then, and it's just, we just didn't have functionality until recently or something. I don't know. I could see, I mean, I could see that kind of working in a way as well. Like, if it's like for mana regen purposes, that's not something you're going to really want to do when you're soloing, because without a tank, you're going to get hit, and you don't want that. And then if you don't need to do it because you have an enchanter or bard or something, then you don't need to do it. So, I mean, maybe it'll, I don't know. We'll see. Well, we'll let it ride. Let the process.
Yeah.
Happen.
Here it is, actually. Wizards excel at bringing battles to a swift end from afar with correctly chosen and deliberately timed spells. Should they become too depleted to use their spells, they are able to enter melee, delivering a magically enhanced blows that reinvigorate themselves. So it's just recently we got the functionality of that in.
Makes sense. Maybe just give a wizard a menace Eve? No. Menace Eve, no. But I think the wizard is like master of like elemental and like physical. That we have a lot of like telekinesis type things, like grav flux and like whatever the thing is called, that like the blink that we have. So I think like delving into like mana of enemies or that sort of thing feels like outside their shtick to me.
Yeah, they feel more like straightforward. I'm gonna hurt you magic, with like slight like utility in terms of like nothing like too like intricately woven into like manipulation. Manipulation and like doing some of that other cool stuff like feels very enchanter. We don't, and I feel like once you with a wizard, we want to throw fireballs and fucking nuke someone, not torture their mind or take control of their mind or something. That's my intuition on it, at least.
Yeah. Leaving the office, catch you boys later. Bro, you gonna come in and tell jokes or not?
Yeah, Blue.
I need at least one knock joke.
Grace us with your Canadian knock joke. I don't know why I'm focusing on this Canada part.
Knock, eh?
God damn. Okay, so actually, hold on. Never mind. I don't want to bring this up. I was gonna say something. Forget it. Too controversial.
Jeez. I love having this color picker from the master. This is
Yeah,
amazing.
it's fucking sick. All right. So we have that. We have this.
Maybe all they need to be a bit more active for every mob encounter would be a increased mana regen for the first few ticks. Enough to get one spell worth of mana, then mana regen back at normal. Have a cooldown or something, or some way to... What if they had like a stance or something that rooted them in place?
Ooh, fuck.
But like they got like a percentage of mana return per spell cast, like something, so they could like, so that it would allow them to, be more useful per pull. Stances, sad face. We already got stances, bro. They're in.
Okay, so
you could just as easily call it a short term, like a combat buff, like same difference, right?
Well, if you have like a stance that like literally stops you from moving, but now I mean you're already standing still casting a spell. So I mean, I know that
well, but like if you're the reason for that though is because if you're like soloing, if you're like trying to kite something, you'd stop to cast the spell, but then you'd start running again.
Yeah, that's true.
So
it's more group oriented, yeah.
Yeah.
In WoW, they end in other games, I'm sure. But Fire Mage had this rune that you placed on the ground, and that rune, when standing in it, increased your damage output.
Oh.
And it was like, so you cast your rune, you stand in your rune, and as you're casting whatever spell, when casted in that rune, is like fucking huge.
That you said that was Warhammer, the Fire Mage?
No, that was Warcraft Fire Mage.
World of Warcraft?
World of Warcraft, yeah.
Is that like a normal retail thing? I don't remember that.
That was in Legion.
Oh.
That was in Legion when they started to do that.
I don't know if it was before Legion, or not, but I remember that was the rotation that I had to learn when doing my mana dumps.
Hmm. Red circle on ground, sleepy face. You can't please this guy. He just wants wizards to sit there and do nothing.
What's your can you tell us about your ideal wizard? What's your ideal wizard? Do they take long sits by the beach?
Wizards are burst DPS. I want wizards to have stats and explode things. At what frequency do you want the wizards to explode things? His ideal wizard is to play
30%,
Necro.
man. Last 30%, or sorry, yeah, when the enemy gets to like 30%, right? That's when you start casting your like 10 second, 20-second cast and fucking blow it up at like 25%. Oh, that would be sick, actually.
I like
Can you get the
execution.
20-second cast?
Execution type abilities are pretty cool. I like those.
Dude,
I
the
think-
20-second fucking cast is sick. I don't know.
Wizards have no health, are immobile, and are capable of immense damage and moderate CC. Dark Age of Camelot had a good amount of ground target stuff. I'm all for it. They also had... Well, Dark Age of Camelot was a PvP game as well, and I think a lot of those AoE things were trying to nab at like a bunch of dudes all at once kind of thing. I think,
I'm a sucker for the for a fucking rain of fire spell. Not gonna lie. But I don't know the implications, so I'm gonna shut up on that because I don't. It's not a battle I am willing to even bring up. I don't want to get in the book.
There's a book?
Yeah, there's the dwarf book of grudges.
Oh.
Put that in the book. Yeah, Rain of Fire does mean AoE stuff. But damn, is that spell fucking... Take away everything else you like about AoE and all of its implications and all the crap that you're like, I hate AoE because of blank, you know, and you think about how cool it is to summon fire that fucking from the sky. That's fucking cool.
I never really mastered how to do the Ice Mage AoE thing in WoW.
I'd buy that for $1.
I'd buy that for $1.
I'd buy that for $1.
RoboCop fans, I see.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Okay, so, but actually, guys, I want to return to this because I think it's cool as fuck. But am I crazy on thinking like a 12, or like a 20 fucking second cast is like the coolest thing ever?
If it lands and it does like a huge amount of damage, it's fun, but it feels hella bad when you get resisted.
Can you imagine?
I can't imagine. Yes, it sucks.
That's what I feel like in
That's the kind of shit that makes you like re-roll.
in Monster Hunter. It's like the exact same thing. You're sitting there, you have your like big fuck, like especially if you're a long or not long sword. What is it called? I think it's just called great sword. If you're a great sword player and you're sitting there and you're like charging up your fucking giant sword attack and you're like waiting for it to like hop into the right position. You're like, I'm gonna fucking get you, and he's right in front of you, and you're like, I'm gonna get you, and you charge up and it hits the thing, and then he like just does like a pivot walk out of the way as you like slam down and you just whiff completely. Oh god, that fucking it. But it makes it when you land it so much better.
Yeah, I
It's
did.
like-
I did like playing Fire Mage for the Pyro Blast, because of that exact reason, right? Like it feels good to like just blammo somebody. But it's difficult. It's very situational, I guess. Problem.
Retail WoW has for PvP, because they separated PvP stuff from like they have like PvP only abilities and shit. And one of the funnest abilities was very similar to a Chaos Bolt, but it was for Mage, and I think it might have been Pyroblast. I forget exactly but it was like this. You'd cast it, and there was this giant fucking like sun like a ball that just slowly made its way and tracked the enemy, and like it was just a matter of time once it's cast, once it's actually out in the world, like it will go through like geo and shit. So it was like it just felt so it did 30% of their health no matter what.
Damn.
And it was like, holy shit. %30 of their max health, not their current health. So, like, you have like, I don't know, 3 mages, or like a mage, and you have a destruction warlock or something. You could just eliminate people. As long as they didn't see you casting. Yeah, in retail, 30% feels like pretty fucking hefty.
It takes 30 seconds for me to load up M&M in editor sometimes. I know that feel. In terms of the wizard nuking and being immobile, Guardians and EverQuest 2 had abilities that absorbed damage for other players. Just put intercept on a wizard and give him nuke away. I think for these 20-30 second long casts, you should be able to target an area on the map so people can't just walk away from you, and then they can dodge if you are paying attention.
It's one of the things that if you wanted to balance that for PvP,
I feel like the target wouldn't have to be in front of you. Oh man, can you imagine a rogue? It's like, I'm gonna fucking get you, and then like just walks behind you and cancels your 30-second cast. Oh, I think I'd fucking rage quit. If you can last 30 seconds against a rogue, Jesus.
Probably not. Get the jump on you.
But if that's in PvP, if you got that off, that's it's like an insta kill, I swear. There's no way anybody's living through that 30-second cast. If someone gets off a 30-second cast on you, like, you deserve it. No, we're not.
Yeah, we're making a PvE game. I think any PvP is
PvP will just fucking land where it lands.
Yeah.
And people will find out that, you know, mages or wizards or whatever just suck and won't play them.
That's the best part. Wizards need support or they are dead meat. I think, yeah, so that makes sense. I think they're glass cannons, right? They do a lot of damage. They can't take a lot of damage. I think really what it comes down to, though, kind of what this conversation really started off as, is like discussing their cadence as to how often they're able to contribute to the fight. Because like the traditional one, the traditional EverQuest wizard is like a lot of sitting around and that sort of thing. So just varying opinions, it seems like. Actually, I mean, are there because it sounded kind of, I mean, I don't know, it sort of feels like, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it kind of felt like there's a lot of agreement as to them being melee, like having a lot of melee in them or something was.
I'm not sure that like a lot of melee is probably not the way to look at it. It's like very like slightly what's it called? Complementary, where they can melee to help with a little bit of mana regen or something.
Yeah, we'll see. Well, yeah, I think seems like that's where we're going with it. Is I hope it's just complementary, and we'll see how it peters off, if it peters off at all, or how that kind of goes through the levels. I feel like.
At what sort of like here's a question, actually. So we're talking about offhand. So you have your staff and you have your sword and your offhand, and you go in and you whack them and you get some mana back, and then you step back again, so you can fucking just delete them with a spell. Do you think that that offhand could be substituted for like anything else? You know, like, I don't know what we plan on for, like, Are wands essentially going to be like staves in that you can't really melee with them? Melee is essentially like punching, or are we going to have like a WoW wand thing where it's like a auto attack but from range, and then that steals their mana?
I actually asked Nick about the wand situation, and he said he's undecided as to which way it goes. So I don't know where we'll land there, but my personal thing is, I guess I'm conflicted as well, because like I don't know if I like the WoW wand situation, but maybe it makes sense. Having, but that kind of takes the place of a melee attack too.
Yeah.
So I guess if wizards have some capacity in melee, then I feel like maybe we don't need the wands then. Maybe it's better to have the wands be more EQ1 style or something. Because then like the wands in EverQuest 1 were kind of interesting, I feel like, where it was just like an item that had a clicky on it, and so anybody could really use it and cast the spell. You just click the wand and it would cast the spell that it's enchanted with or whatever, and they had limited charges too, so you had to
class.
Yeah, like there was a lot of warriors and stuff used them for pulling, I think.
That's weird.
Or like aggro dumping. You'd like when a dragon is being pulled in, they would just like spam the wand and do a bunch of damage and get some initial aggro or something.
Hey Lich, here's a question. How do you feel? Okay, based off of that, this is going to change things a little bit. This was a controversial thing that I was going to bring up before. What's your stances on pets again? On classes with pets? Yeah. And this is my personal opinion on this, and it does not reflect anybody else in the team. Especially doesn't reflect anybody else in the team, but I think we have too many pet classes already. Everybody and their dog is getting a pet to work with.
I would agree with that.
It's like Elemental doesn't feel unique anymore because except for the shape of their pet. Necros have pets. Shadow Knights, for some reason, have pets, and this is just from someone that never played EQ, so I don't have too much like connection. But it feels like when I'm a tank or whatever, I feel, especially with the sort of fantasy that we've like leaned into, a Shadow Knight being like this Witcher type guy that has like tapped into shadow magic, like him having a buddy feels a little weird. And then Beastmasters have pets, and then wizards have familiars, and I think enchanters, they have pet combat going on with their charms. Do they have a pet?
Enchanters have pets? Yeah, they have the one that can summon, and then they have charm, and then they also have enchant ally. But do our wizards have familiars? Is that a thing already, or is that just something we talked about?
I think I've seen a familiar around. I think Shaman was going to get a pet as well. Like right now, I think you can get like a ghost wolf.
Yeah, so I can make a list here.
And I'm thinking like we have 6 people in a party, right?
and each of those people have a pet, and so it's like now you have not each one, but a lot of them have a pet. You have like 10 bodies running around. It feels like a lot, and
I don't
when
necessarily consider charming as pets though necessarily. So like druid technically can charm, but it's more of like a thing they can do rather than a class defining thing. Like elementalist having a class defining pet, or shaman or enchanter technically.
yeah, but it's always going to be like better to have that extra damage, or not. It's not always going to be, but I feel like thinking about the bodies that are lining up in terms of like the noise, at your camp and how many people are there. If we have too many classes that it's best in slot to have a pet, and you're always going to want a pet, that's a lot of pets.
Is this shaman, shadow knight, elementalist, enchanter, beast?
Oh, necromancer.
Necro. I mean, it is a lot, but I think it's perception of them as well. And what they're actually used for and stuff. Like Shadow Knight, that coming from EverQuest, they technically get a pet, but Shadow Knights didn't really use it. Like it was actually not helpful when you were tanking, or especially when you're pulling. And they were so weak that it wasn't even worth the mana cost most of the time. So like it's almost more of like a flavor thing, or some weird edge cases, or farming low level shit or something. It's extra. They're like little extra damage over time dudes. So like the real pet classes: Necro, Elementalist, and Enchanter. I guess if you really think about Charm is that one, which I guess I'd have to put Druid on there too for that. But
yeah, Druid, and then Beastmaster feels like everybody running around with a pet are sort of dependent on their little buddy.
Yeah, in our game, I guess they'd be on that list too.
And then, is Ranger ever getting like a pet or a mini pet or something like that you tame?
I don't know.
I think Nick said no. But it felt like
I think Pattis
Yeah.
wasn't a fan of it, if I remember right. I don't think. Yeah, I mean, kind of feel like that's what the Beastmaster is, the whole taming thing. I think Ranger being. I don't think Ranger needs it, personally, but yeah. So
Ranger having like a little companion, like a hawk or something, feels pretty cool. But I also like this list is a lot, and
well, I mean, I still kind of maintain that it feels just like it's 4, like Shaman, Shadow Knight, Druid, technically yes, and the Shaman pet can be, at least historically in EverQuest, it was decent, but like that's not what you bring a Shaman for. It's not what you bring a Shadow Knight for. It's not what you bring a Druid for. But it is kind of expected of these classes to have a pet out of some sort.
Yeah, if that's not what you're bringing it for, but it's still best in slot, as in like you better have it, then I'm not happy.
Like that's never been the case. Like for these guys, these outliers. Like if a shaman showed up and you're like, "Where's your pet?" Like, like I didn't buy my pet. It's like, oh, okay, like no one would even ask you where's your pet. Like a lot of the time, people would tell you to get rid of your pet because, like, what with these classes that aren't considered main pet classes, those players don't maintain their pet well, and it breaks mezzes and it causes problems. So it's actually better that they don't have a pet out. That's why the Shadow Knight never has one out. Shaman, if they're in a group, like Shaman only use their pet for soloing. Shadow Knight only use their pet for soloing. Druid probably only use Charm for soloing. But these other guys, like they use it in a group.
Yeah, I would like a little poisonous frog for a shaman, and like an actual sized frog, not like a big frog. That would be fucking cool. But for the most part, like you know how Warlock had eventually had something called Grimoire Sacrifice. Do you remember that?
Yeah, that's it gives you a bubble for killing your pet.
Well, it doesn't give you a bubble. It just well, actually, it might have. I don't know how it worked when it was first introduced, but it doesn't give you a bubble. It gives you like your pet's like class ability.
Oh,
so if you were using Voidwalker, then I think it gave you a bubble.
Oh, yeah. My only exposure to it is like Turtle WoW, and I think it only worked for the Voidwalker, and it gave you the bubble.
Yeah, and so, but it also gave you, so you'd summon your demon or whatever, and then you'd sacrifice them, and you get all your set, and you didn't have to fucking manage a pet. And so you could be your solo warlock edgy man that walks alone. And to me, for like Shadow Knight or for a lot of these guys, like it feels like if we had something like similar where it wasn't just optimum, especially for those that aren't like class pets or pet classes, I mean, like that would be cool. I don't see that being very useful on something like a necromancer. That's a pet class. We want them to be summoning skeletons and have a fucking, you know, like a little skeleton guy or multiple skeleton. I don't know. Can you do multiple skeletons, multiple pets? I don't know.
No.
I was thinking of I think the only game that I know that really dabbled in that was WoW with Death Knights and Demon Warlocks or Demonology Warlocks, where they were able to summon more than one pet. But yeah, if that's the case, then I'm a little bit less worried about it. But I just not a big fan of like the amount of clutter that might happen if everybody fucking brings their pet.
Yeah, I'm not worried about it because in practice, based on EverQuest's experience, it's not feasible, or it hasn't been in those cases. I think that breaking. It always comes down to, are they maintaining the pet well, like pulling it off of things when it's attacking the wrong thing or that sort of thing. People will tell you to get rid of it if you're not maintaining it. So it's fun for flavor. Like someone said up there that like the druid actually got like a summoned bear pet, like in the 60s or something, level 50 or level 60 or something. It was completely useless. It was like way lower level than you are, so you couldn't actually use it in combat. It would just die. It wouldn't do any damage. But it was fun. It's a cute little guy. But it had no real use in practice, so. And that's generally been the case for a lot of those other classes too, like Shadow Knight, and but it kind of situational as well. So I'm sure you could find a use for a Shadow Knight having a pet out, like certain weird pulls or something, or like if you pull a mob or a boss or something that has like a harm touch ability, then you could use the pet for that. Good. It kind of eats that damage and then either dies or you pull him back or whatever. But yeah, Chamois Ghost Wolf was pretty low DPS too, and didn't tank well. Really? So I'm not really sure. I guess that explains why Shaman didn't use it as much. I thought they were pretty okay actually, but maybe it's just they used them to tank while they like did root rotting or something. I see a lot more shaman using their wolf pet when they're like solo. Yeah, I didn't play shaman, so I don't know. So I believe you.
I think oh man, I know it's a lot of tech, but how cool would it be? How cool would it be if hold on one second.
The
I'm
suspense.
gonna be right back actually.
The suspense.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, paladins and warlocks got free mounts at 40. If MMM does the free mount thing, I think it should be beastmasters that summon a bear mount or something. I don't... That hasn't come up. Because we're treating our mounts sort of differently. I don't know if we do any free mount stuff like that. I think, what was it? EverQuest 2, the Paladin and the Shadow Knight got a free mount as well. It was, yeah, I think it was EQ2. But they weren't like, they weren't actually fast, I don't think. So it wasn't like, you weren't getting like the full mount. I'm excited to see what Eminem does for post 60 advancement, be it equipment sets or that adjust how your class plays or passive buffs that can acquire. Just hope there's something past max level. We'll see what happens there, because and we've talked a lot about like wanting to encourage people to like make alts and stuff. So if we did do like stuff to do on your main character once you hit max level and stuff, that detracts from that, I guess, in a way. But I kind of also feel like we can't just like, I feel like we need to do like, it makes sense to do something there as well, you know. Oh, I'm gonna have alts out my ears no matter what. That's good. Talk about personas. Any talk about personas? I don't think so. Not that I've heard. What about fursonas? Some of those I hear Sean loves furries. No, he doesn't. Don't get me fired. Don't say anything. It's a joke. Everyone calm down. It's just jokes. No furry race yet. Yeah, you know, I do want like a cat race or something, or a cat race, or a playable aviac race. I think would be cool too. The Birdman that Goblin has drawn is very cool. There's one of them that I really like, and then there's the other one that like I really don't like, but everyone else seems to really like, and I'm like, oh man. So like you did the first, did have the first. How do you say that? Karens. Why can't I not pronounce that? Get rid of this. Karens. What if we did the cat people and we called them Karens, and then we gave them all like that one haircut, Karen haircut, with the bump on top. You know what I mean? You know which one I'm talking about. Their catchphrase could be, "I want to speak to your manager." That would be great. 5 stars. Waterfalls in the front, knives in the back. that's an interesting way of describing it. Yes, never heard that one before. Good job.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Oh.
Is this your plan for the troll race? Yeah, the troll race is a troll on the player base. It'll be, you guys think you're getting cool green dudes. Instead, we're just trolling you with some outlandish race option.
Hmm. This design has been kind of bugging me because I don't know exactly how exactly I want it for the shirt, because we have some other shirts that are similar, and so I want to do something like
Hmm.
that fulfills like another like type, you know.
Yeah.
Chainmail is separate enough. That's different enough. Yeah, it's would be cloth Night Harbor. I think that will be different enough. And then it was the leather. Night Harbor.
The thing that bugs me about the doing the cloth as robes is I feel like it encroaches on robe, like individual robe slots. Like I kind of wish we were doing more like you know, a different type of cloth outfit. You know, like a non-robe outfit for cloth wears for the outfits, and then we did robes, like the long robes and stuff in the robe category, because I think it's weird to get like a tattered cloth vest and then it be like a robe, you know. And then like it's not even like a complete design because you need the shirt as well to complete the design. It's just like that's the only like this thing you're doing looks good, but if I were to like be bothered with by anything, it would be just the way we're doing those ones. That's kind of why part of the reason why I shortened the cloth to one, to kind of make it more of like more of a coat kind of situation rather than a full thing, so there's that separation between those two categories.
Trying to think, because okay, so there's what I could do is raise this up, but it felt pretty cool in Night Harbory to do this. But like in terms of like design, part of me went, okay, like let's say we have like a list of here's our people. And then let me grab him. Zoom in. And you sort of see this with some of the classes. But when we look at something like a cloth wearer or something, it's like the silhouette kind of like goes like pretty far down, and then leather not as far down, chain not as far down, and then plate really not as far down. But this might be a little flawed, because you can get some cool stuff for for plate that comes down here, and then like something like this. But then you can also get some really cool stuff like that on chain, and that's cool. But then Inquisitor has some stuff that kind of goes down like that, and that's pretty cool. And their plate, and then cloth, like you have. What is our? I think. Do we have like a melee cloth? I don't think so. I think
Monks?
the only thing is monk's cloth not leather.
Oh, they might be leather. You're right. I think
So it makes sense for clothies to have
there's spell blades
stuff like this.
cloth or leather. I think they're
I
leather,
think
aren't they?
spellblades are also leather because they're having it. They have a leather spell or skull cap.
Hmm.
And so cloth is the only one that's really getting torsos that are full going all the way down. I mean, every other classes can wear that, but they're not really going to wear that. It's not good for them. And that's the torso piece. And so if you want like a full robe, clothies are going to wear those. And then all the other stuff, and you could have some of the enchanter stuff where it goes down like a decent amount, but we can put some cool like designs on it that allows it to show through whatever you're wearing underneath. But just this for the idea of robes, they're probably going to be wearing like a more coverage. But with monk, I think we could probably do like a cool like sash or something, or like a where it goes across and then like they have like a full robe. That could work for monk as well, maybe. But yeah, so there's like a combination of a lot of that where I'm like, yeah, and part of me goes, well, maybe it's actually better for this piece to include the chainmail or the scale mail.
I think leaning more on the. I feel like that leaves the chest plate. It's too barren though. Because that's the one that actually has AC too, you know?
Yeah.
I think it actually makes better sense to have it like this, like more basic. Because like it's like your padding, your underlayer for just padding. It's like it's got no AC. It's just there to kind of pad those two layers, you know, between the metal and the skin. That's probably something they would wear anyway, right? So I think the more basic we have our shirts, the better, honestly. Like I think it's having ones that have too much stuff on them, like in terms of like metal and thing, like if there's like decoration and stuff and it's like a higher class undershirt, that makes sense. But like adding chain or a lot of leather bits or straps or something,
I think there's room for that, but not to go too overboard.
Yeah, it's not something we have to completely avoid. I just think like those should probably be more edge case or here and there kind of things. But generally speaking, I think we'd probably be doing ourselves a favor if we tried to lean more with the not too detailed, I guess, or I don't know, for the lack of a better word, just keeping it more basic, I guess, more plain.
The keeping them and having them having these pieces like a little bit like longer or whatever, I feel like it's also a nice a nice thing because we can always like relatively easily like go like this and cut it down, you know, where we just go I need to get rid of these.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I'm just like I
So we can do this pretty easily.
right. I guess my thing though is like if I want the long robe look, I want to seek out a thing that is called a robe and I know what I'm getting. But when I'm getting like a vest, I want it to be a vest. Like there's two different looks there for casters. And I feel like we're not giving it by making these outfits like have that more of a robe vibe there, right? If that makes sense, because there's like some really cool looks. Like if you pick tailoring in WoW or whatever, and like there's some really cool looks that you get with like you can make like a vest, you know, the pants and the vest. Like it's more of like a low level adventurer, generic looking thing, and that's a cool vibe. I dig that. And there's like somewhere in between that and like kind of the enchanter level of thing where it's like a high level put together very wealthy guy who's got like a nice kind of jacket thing with like the coattails type thing, which is still very different from the robe look, which is, you know, the full on like Gandalf kind of wizard robe thing.
Yeah.
And I just want to like try and create a space for both of those to exist, for those that want one or the other. Yeah. So that's
so like,
go ahead.
is it a problem on the two different things? So is it a problem of cloth wearers not having enough like options for like non-robes, or them not hitting robes? Or so that's two things. Or is it a problem of other classes that are non-cloth getting robe looks?
It's the first one. It's not having non-robe looks for casters.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that seems to be relatively solvable.
Yeah. And we could just go ahead and do the thing you're suggesting of shortening them and stuff, but I hesitate to kind of just
It's a cool tunic. Boom.
Yeah. I hesitate to like thumbs up like going and making all the variants now, because what we really should be doing is still sticking to, you know, here's the thing, make the thing, move on to the next thing. And then swinging back. So, you know, I don't know.
No, that makes sense to me. Like in terms of whenever should we do this? Like, yeah, I'd like to have it like planned for, and so I've done a little bit of that, like planning for it by putting like variations of what the lengths or whatever that I think should be in there. But it's not like, hey, we have to tackle these when we tackle these, or, you know, like it could be like a thing where, because then we can have it all sort of like on our mind in terms of like, okay, like if we tackle them all at the same time, where we go, okay, we have all these robes, now we're going to make short versions, then we can now compare these short versions with the other short versions that we're making, like all at the same time, and go, this makes sense, this doesn't make sense, what's like, is this too short, is this too long, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
That makes sense to me.
Yeah, I think it's also a lot.
We already have way too much.
Yeah. It's also a lot better to do it when we have like things done and approved, and it's like, okay, this is good to go, and now all I need to do is just lengthen the thing, and it's like it's all calibrated for the lerps and everything, and masks and you know, just everything is good, and we can just like do those touch-ups and stuff. And yeah,
Check this out. I just made 2 different shirt types. How cool is that?
you know, it'd be kind of interesting though, now that I'm looking at that, kilt.
Yeah. Like when we do this, when we go and we go, okay, we're gonna cut these up and make a shit ton of variants for these, it means that players are gonna have more choice because they're shirts, then and they'll be able to go and it's not gonna be like, you know, maybe, and we can have lots of items that we can throw in there, and they're all gonna be like these cool looks that people will like or dislike or whatever. And it means that, like, if I like a shirt, I can sort of know in my mind that, like, there might be like a robe version of this, and I'm going to seek that out because I really like the top part of this texture. And then, like, I just feel like that's going to enrich the game because there's going to be all these cool things that they're going to be able, or that players are going to be able to, like, yeah, search after, but also, like, get a hold of the system in their head and go, oh, I'm going to add that, or that would look really cool on my warrior, but a short version, you know,
Yeah.
and now I'm going to look for that short version.
Yeah, I think it's definitely good to have the option and the variety and stuff. I tend to my preference is leaning towards like the shorter stuff for like a lot of my characters, but like I do like the full robe feel for like casters and stuff. So having that variety is good, and yeah, so
Yeah, because there's some times where, like, there's the longest time actually in World of Warcraft, I fucking hated any robe because the way that they handled it. Eventually I was like, I came around to it. But just the way that they did robes, like, pissed me off, especially on Undead. There's so much, like, ugly stretching that even to this day, I'm like, I don't know about this robe. But our robes are sick, so take that. Wow.
well, which ones are there any in particular that you stand out? Because I think they have some cool robes, and I actually want to do more. You know, when I get the space, you know, to go and run with that stuff, I'd like to do some robes and some really like some nice like elaborate ones.
Yeah. I think elaborate robes are going to be hype for us, but when I say I didn't like their robes, it was because their robes was very much one thing, which was like 2 legs,
not really
together.
Hang on.
Life has been
Pirate
rough,
voice
and
going. I
I'm
can't hear both of you at
finding
once.
trouble with creating
Oh.
the motivation to keep going, practicing with Blender, or even playing.
Oh, he stopped. Yeah, sorry. Could you repeat what you were saying?
It's not about like the texture, but it was about how the texture, like, or the design of it, but it was about how it was applied to the characters, especially Undead. It didn't look, robes in general didn't look great on Undead.
Interesting.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird stretching, and because it was like one of those things where, like, the 2 verts, like at the inside of the foot, you know, were weighted in a way where, like, when they spread their legs to like do their cast animation, like, those verts like pulled and stretched the middle of the entire robe like really, really far.
Yeah, that's something that we
I hated that.
Yeah, it's a tricky thing to. We kind of have a bit of a inverted problem, I feel like, right now, where like when your legs are together, like down the center, the very center vertexes get pulled down, so it creates like this sort of pointed downward point on stuff, which and maybe that's just something we can smooth out with weighting, but it's something that every time I see it, it bothers me.
No, we should be able to fix that with waiting.
Yeah, I think so. But yeah, just robes. That's inherently is one issue, is the squash and stretch of it all, you know. Grix did the pirate voice. I didn't hear most of it, so I'll read it back here. Any advice for getting yourself out of feeling down and not really enjoying things you once did? Life has been rough and I'm finding trouble with creating and motivation to keep going with practicing with Blender or even playing video games. This may be too heavy. Remember to save. Well, buddy, I'm sorry you're feeling down. I definitely know that feel. Maybe you just need some time to decompress, and that's okay, you know. You can take breaks. You know. You just need to give yourself some grace, I think, there, and you know, when you're feeling a little bit better, or trying to find some kind of reason to do a little thing, or doing something in smaller doses, like you know doing some really small thing in Blender, or you know, finding a more casual game to just doink around in or something. But it's also okay to just do nothing, you know.
That's actually what I would suggest, to be honest, is do nothing. Like intentionally do nothing. Be lazy for a fucking day where you don't feel the pressure. Give that excuse for yourself to like not do anything, not feel like you need to do anything, not play a game because you're, you know, oh, I have such a big backlog or whatever. Like, just fucking do nothing and see where your time sort of like lends out. And eventually, I feel like the call will sort of come back to you where you go, like, oh, that would be cool if they did it this way, or that, you know, or, you know, whatever is in your head can start to has like a break away from all that shit. And then, you know, eventually that stuff will just kind of come back, and you'll be wanting and urging yourself to hop back on the production train a little bit. You know, forcing yourself to have stops is like, it's helped me a lot, where it's like, no, I'm just gonna fucking decompress and sleep today, actually. And it means that, yeah, I get that sort of reset.
We in the Barrens. What?
Oh, I'm playing the Barrens music.
Oh. Need to add more World of Warcraft soundtrack to my playlist.
Yeah, if it's not a hike, like Fielder said as well, hike and fresh air helps, but even if it's just like a walk, like forcing yourself to actually do nothing is insanely helpful, because then you start like to twiddle your thumbs and you're like, well, what the fuck what do I need to do? You know, what can I do? And you start to get bored, and that boredom will start to sort of, like, there was a Vsauce Michael here thing where they had like this guy in a room, and they had like this little shock machine, and it hurt to get yourself shocked. There was nothing to do, so they just sat this person or these people in a room for like an hour or whatever with literally nothing to do. It was an empty white room, except for the only thing that was in there was this button that said, you know, like, do not touch, or this button will shock you, or I forget what it was. But people pressed the button to hurt themselves.
instead of just doing nothing and staying in boredom. So I thought that was pretty funny. Might be a little insight into something like this.
Human nature.
Man's destiny.
Rick, I'd also like to add that if you are depressed and nothing seems to help, there's absolutely no shame in taking medication to treat persistent depression. Don't be afraid to talk to your doctors. That's something I need to do. I need to meaning to do that. I've been on antidepressants before, and I didn't like how it dulled everything. Like, it kind of sucks when it's like, you know, everything sucks, and then you take meds and it's like everything is fine, you know. It's like, damn it, I just want to be happy. God damn it. But unfortunately, it's not how that works. Hey man, you're welcome to chill. Just working on stuff. Trying to get through as much of this Wasp as I can, so that I can get through as much of the other stuff that I need to do as I can. Whoa.
Okay, I think that's pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that.
Looks
A
good.
couple of the unique little like lines here makes it like, oh, okay, this is a different tunic, you know, than everything else. It has its own identity. And I put the little tie on the side. I mean, it could be either which side, but thought that kind of helped, because then you could have like a little tie on the side instead. Though a part of me kind of wants to do this, which would be cool. You know, where it's like cut on the side.
You know, it'd be interesting as well. Like, it's a super minor thing, and it would be covered up by everything by in being a shirt, you know, inherently. But having like the buttons on the down the back, like down the center of the back, like you have to have someone else button you up, kind of thing.
Oh yeah.
There was one of the chain shirt things in EverQuest 2 had like, it was like, that's actually accurate, because you wouldn't want the thing down the front, because that's where people attack you from, right? And so one of the ones in EverQuest 2 had the ties on the back of the chain shirt, and I always really liked that design, actually, because it was just interesting to, like, it was interesting me as the player to look at that, I guess. I don't know, I thought it was cool.
And we'll see how that lands, because that could be pretty cool. And guess I have to do this.
Skin has to breathe. It's where the farts come out, right? It's the fart exhaust.
Sure. I was gonna say, do I need to really do like a back version of these?
Not if there's nothing going on back there.
Yeah, not really. It's just the same old, same old.
Okay, we're good then.
Nah, it's already done. We're fine. Could put a little Night Harbor back tattoo. You know, like a Night Harbor jacket. No, I don't think so.
If you did some emblem for the chest, the plate chest portion, you could put it on the back as well, technically, but
Oh yeah.
doesn't need it.
Okay, well, that's interesting, actually. And feet now, feet and legs and feet. Question. Can legs have shit on the rope?
On the robe? No. I mean, no. I mean, we could add it to the mask. But I need to check what the layering order is. I'm just gonna say no though, because I don't want to do it. What were you thinking?
Well, okay, hold on. This thing just... It won't go back to the fucking... Well... No, it won't go back into the corner. Photoshop, what the fuck? Okay. Oh. No, I was thinking, that it might be cool to have like if you were wearing pants and there was something that transitioned from like above the belt line down into like that area. I'm just thinking like, can we do like skirts by putting on pants? You know what I mean?
Oh, pants
instead of skirts with shirts.
Yeah, we can do. I thought you said boots. Yeah, we can.
Oh.
Pants can be on skirt. Yeah.
Oh, pants can be on skirt.
We should. I think that should work.
Okay, check it before I do anything.
I think layer wise it would work because pants are always on the bottom. Everything else would stack on top. I think we would just need to add it to the mask though.
Yeah.
But I think that's probably something that we would want to do anyway for like kilts or something. Anyway.
Yeah. What the? I don't think. Do I have enough room? Yeah, probably I can make enough room. Oh shit. I need a back version of these? Yes, I do.
But for that piece, does it make sense to have like a skirt with the pants if you're covering it?
Oh no, I don't know if this if it makes sense at all for this guy to have a skirt.
Okay.
But I'm just sort of thinking it to myself, like internally. I have not put any skirts on the pants. Do we have that functionality? Because if so, that'd be cool. Because then you could have your pants, which have like a skirt, and then you could have something over top of that that's like a shirt that layers up, and then you could have a torso that would probably layer up, and then a belt that layers on top of that, and that's cool as fuck.
Yeah, I think that's something that we should make sure we can do, because I think like kilts and stuff is something I think we should do at some point in some manner. So I'll check on that. I think my intuition is that it doesn't work right now, but all that we need to do to get it to work is extend
change the diameters.
Yeah, just add more space on the box thing, the mask thingamajig.
Yeah.
Which I still don't understand how to calculate that. But I'll figure it out. Okay. That's all of the abdomen, thorax, abdomen. I don't remember which is which. Oh, thorax, I guess. save this. We're in Spain, Ashira and Bloody Nose all have emblems that I hope appear on their item sets. I want to do more Ashira outfits. Since I want to like expand out the Ashira aesthetic. I like the kind of like leaning toward like Native American with them. See if I can do the same stuff on the head. Knowing where people get stuff based on things like that is always nice. Yeah, that's the hope. That's why we're kind of building out all these different looks. So you can identify where people have been by looking at them.
Warm Tofu says, hype for your game, y'all, on YouTube. Keep on saying it. My automatic response to that is, dude, I'm hyped to play it too.
If Ashira live in different places, they would use different materials, so having slight variation would work. Yeah, I mean, it's... I don't know I don't know the full history of the Ashira, but I think realistically, we'll probably just have to have like the same outfits in different colors and stuff.
There's actually some lore stuff about that. I don't know if I want to say it, but I wouldn't expect the Shira in a ton of other places. We can use the model for other things. Like I was thinking, like we could probably use the Ashira model for like fox people or something. Scale them down, make them orange, have their like, they can do their thing. But that's been it's something that I've heard. Or something about Ashira that's unique is that their location in the world. Though I did make that deep Ashira concept. That was fun.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Hey Mac, just tuned in. I think Maybe a bee. It is a bee-like construction, but of much more devastating nature. Let's throw another lerp on there and just see how we're doing with color. Have to make a yellow. Yeah. Oh dear. Wasp. And I don't have to keep changing it. Alright. What's this look like? Bam! Imagine it with some dark spots as well.
Some metal fucking wasp.
It's coming along. It's coming along.
What's cool about the way that you're doing this though is, like right now you just threw gold on it, right? And it could be it can literally be like a golden wasp if we wanted it to be.
Oh, I edited the one, but let's see what just the gold. I'm curious now. I think maybe I should be using the master instead. Something to calibrate it better, but. It's not bad. Oh shit. That looks pretty sweet, actually. I think I need to do a little bit of a levels adjust. But
That looks really good. And then if you wanted to, like we could do like a more matte version. This is just if you wanted to. That takes that highlight and spreads it out a little bit or whatever. So we could do super metal, and we could do super not metal, but like a little bit more dull, if we wanted to, which is super cool.
yeah. I was also going to try that thing. I think I was talking to you about it, but it might have been someone else. I'm going to make the wings separate from the lerp systems and then just make like a regular material that just is constant, so we can get like try and get like a really nice like wing thing on there. Kind of sort of a semi-transparent wing or something. Yeah, this looks good though. I think I'll wait. I guess I'll wait until I'm done with painting stuff to crunch it a little bit. I think I could noodle it a little bit, but Good. Gonna creep some people out for sure. Hopefully. Could be like the ornate in the chest of a door handle or something. I love your golden wasp brooch. Oh, thank you very much. My rich white guy voice. Care to take a ride in my Lamborghini?
I used to talk like that, and then I put all my money into crypto. And then I decided to be an artist.
Not a very
All
wise
money
financial
gone.
decision.
God, I hate it. I hate what I've done. That sucked. Let's not do that ever again. Also, it doesn't help that the stance is like a little wide.
Yeah. Use that old puppet warp.
A what?
Puppet warp. You know about that? You have that, right?
In the latest version of Photoshop.
You should have it, whatever version you're. I assume you're ahead of me in versions, right? Or you're using an older one?
I'm using 22 because it's the last version that allows 3D work.
Yeah, I think I have the same one. But if you go to, what is it? Yeah, it's under edit, right below like content aware fill and content aware scale. There's a puppet warp. You could just like
Puppet warp.
or you can just do it that way too. But
Oh,
yeah, right there. Yeah, put like anchors down, one on the feet, and then pull on the knees. There you go.
hips in line.
Puppet warp's kind of handy. It's a little wonky. You gotta put down anchors. It's not like something you could use on everything, but it's good for little corrections like that.
Oh, that was a pretty big correction, actually. So,
Well, yeah.
one thing that I was thinking about, and this falls down, in my opinion, as like, what's it called? This goes down to like, okay, way fucking down the line, like expansion sort of thoughts, you know, like, if we had like this, if we had the option to like have pants, you know, that are like this. Parachute pants.
Oh,
And then you just have all the textures or whatever just apply to the new legs, the new legs that we do not call or whatever. That's cool,
but also no.
You know what I mean? That if we ever start doing body swaps, or we get more crazy with attachments and stuff. But I don't know. Unless that's
The Night Harbor people would, and probably the Sojourners would really benefit from something like that.
Yeah, the if you open up like a classic WoW model, like, at least the one I cracked open, it came with all the attachments for all the bits and pieces. It was just like a ton of shit, like all the pairs of boots, all the pairs of gloves, all the robe bits, all the helmets, like all there on one.
Oh yeah.
I assume it's just because that's how it came out. I kind of want. I don't think that they have them all on the character like that at all times. But
It might be the same way that we do like weapons, you know, where we have them all, or not weapons, like helmets, where you have them all sort of like aligned to the model. And then like that's just what you got was from the export.
Maybe, yeah. I don't know enough about it. But those would all have to they would all have to be rigged and stuff. So that's only the we'd need folks willing to do all that work.
So once I'm finished this, I think probably take a decently long break and get back to it. I'm gonna try and finish all the Night Harbor stuff today. So that means I just have cloth to do after this. But after I'm finished these pants, I'm gonna take a little bit of a break, attend to life and all of life's duties, and come back.
Do a barrel roll.
Do a barrel roll.
Because we've been live for 6 hours.
Fucking hell, yeah! Wow.
You know what? Hanging out and doing a dual stream did not feel like 6 hours.
Yeah, this is a good work sesh, dude. Thanks, man. I would like to try and get this done. I was hoping to get, like, it might be too much to ask of myself to get this done today, but I was trying to go as far as I can. And honestly, it's pretty close. I just need to do the last bits and toss on some sort of texture overlay, maybe, to get some grunge on it or something. And I still need to do the wing though, but got a lot done. So.
For curiosity on my part, if you took the abdomen, right? Or sorry, yeah, the abdomen. Can you copy that out and make like a radically different shape utilizing the same textures?
I mean, I could just fuck around with the shape of it, but it's gonna start stretching textures. So I kind of I built it like we were talking about how we wanted to swap it out. So
Yeah.
like it's like a manifold piece, and then I kind of UV'd it off in the corner here, so
Okay. Yeah.
we can just like do something entirely different, and then just kind of chunk that in this space.
Yeah.
So it's built with that in mind. Damn, this is what it looked like when I started today.
Holy shit.
Yeah, this is what it was this morning. Now this is what it looks like right now. It's not bad. But yeah, whenever you bail, I'm gonna head off to and get some food. I think I'm starting to get the hungies.
Yeah, the duo stream today, by the way, was complete accident. When I stream on YouTube, there's this little video, like, because I reset the stream thing, and so people can know when my video is incoming, and so you can reach out. I was like, plan on a stream? Yeah, let's do a stream, and like we said it almost at the same time, and it was like, yeah, let's do it. Unplanned. Very worthwhile though.
Yeah, very productive. Can't believe it's been 6 hours I've been sitting here. I haven't stretched my legs once. Other than that one time I went to the bathroom.
Man, this stream's been productive. I've done almost two Night Harbor concept sketches and shoveled the driveway. So not bad.
Yeah.
By the way, this is kind of how it is like with our was it Devon Chill channel in Slack, where except for everybody, hops in and everybody has like knowledge about their expertise, so we could ask everybody about, oh, is this possible? And then it's pretty much this, but with other team members.
Yeah, I was legit hoping Simon would pop in and tell a joke. Not even mine.
Yeah. Simon, where are you? Simon.
Hang on, I got to do a Simon impression now. How's it going, boys?
Whoa! That was insane.
That's all I can do. That's the extent of my Simon impression, though.
Can you say, "Hey, Gabby"?
Hey, Gabby.
That's pretty close. It's pretty close. I forgot my little goblin avatar. I was kind of feeling it today. I don't know why.
Didn't you have it on earlier? Or was it off this entire time?
I think it's been off all stream.
I know, right, Chinny D? I wish, man.
Chinny, no one's stopping you from joining. I'm not sure that's going to be able to happen. Possible, but I'm not sure.
It's copyright
Be able
protections.
to make all the in game.
Dude, I'm lucky that we have goblins in game right now, okay? I want to push my luck.
Bro, there's so many goblins, like everywhere.
Dude! Okay, I have a theory, actually. I have a theory, and no one's gonna like it, but I think that goblins would be more popular than humans if they had access to every class.
Well, I mean, yeah. You could just play one. Well, okay. If there was like one class that you could add to the goblin lineup that you think would like make them more popular than humans, what do you think it would be?
One class?
Yeah.
Fuck.
And they're already Shadow Knights, so I mean,
Well, I mean, they're technically already Shadow Knights, but we're removing that. Has it already been removed?
I think so, yeah.
You're good. Bard. I think Goblin Bard would fucking everybody would go, hell yeah.
Maybe. That's a pretty good one.
Baloo, hey, you're here. These lads are still going? Yeah, we are. We're waiting for you to come in and tell a good joke.
Yeah, I've had to be a poor substitute. It doesn't have to be a good joke.
Yes, come in. Hop in the call. Don't type it there. Hop in the call. Say hi.
Hey, man.
Hey. Hey, Simon.
How's it going, boys? There it is. I told you. I was doing Simon. I had to do a Simon impression because you weren't here.
It was really good. It
Was it really?
Yeah. Could someone like clip that and post it? Because it was really good.
Oh, it'll be in the VOD.
I'm excited,
nonetheless.
dude. All right, fellas. How do you find Will Smith in a snowstorm? You just follow the Fresh Prince.
Ah,
Oh, that's good.
that's a good one.
I'm here all week.
How's your day?
It's good, man. Yeah, can't complain. Went to the office and did some things. Tried to make some money.
That's good. That's better than the alternative.
No?
Yeah, man. I've grown accustomed to eating.
Fortunately, yeah, me too.
Yeah, even the cheap food's expensive now.
Dude, I've seen like shit on the social medias where like some chicken wings at Costco, it's like $200 or something. Is that bullshit? Or what's going on with that? That or Canadian dollars just like inflated or something?
Chicken wings are, what is it? Like $6.50 or something like that? Or not chicken wings, the chicken strips with fries. I know that because I get them because they're really good. But I don't know what kind of chicken wings they were buying, to be honest.
I don't know.
Still got the $1.50 hot dog though.
I don't have a Costco card. I can't go there to check. But...
Well, next time that you're at Costco, just walk in the exit. Because they only check at the like when you go to actually enter. But because you don't need a Costco card to get the food, and they don't check on the exit, you should be good to go.
I want to get arrested, bro. Have you done this? Is this like
Yes.
practice?
Yes, I have. I forgot my Costco card.
Zukan, here's a workaround. You can get Costco gift cards off Amazon, and that allows you to shop there without having a membership.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yeah, that's a little Simon's secret for the night.
Holy shit. So when you walk in and they scan your stuff, what do? You just go, I got a gift card every time?
Yeah, show them the gift card.
Looks like I'm getting me some chocolate muffins, boys.
Dude, they introduced this giant cookie, and I'm like, why? I don't need to add that to my waistline, please.
Yeah, those muffins, I dream about those.
It's like the same way. Simon, do you ever go to Superstore? I know what the whole Loblaw shit, but do you ever go to Superstore?
Honestly, dude, I think the last time I was there was probably like over a decade ago.
Okay, they have these donuts there, right?
Yeah.
And they're like a pack of donuts, pack of like, I don't know, like 30 fucking donuts or something. And they're like mini donuts. Yeah, that pack is like $4. It
Those
is
the powdered ones?
Yeah, it is unreasonable how inexpensive these I'm not buying this because it's not a great deal. It's too good a deal, and I will keep eating these. Like, I'm not buying this for my own health. Yeah, it's not good.
Last time I was
think
there,
the Costco muffins are like that for me.
yeah. Last time I was there picking up my muffins, of course, I just got one packet, and the lady was like, these are, you buy one get one free or whatever it is, or you buy one get like second one for cheaper or whatever. And she offered to like run off and like grab the other packet for me. I'm like, sure, yeah, more muffins is good. That's the kind of service.
Yeah. Can't have you missing out on this deal.
Yeah.
They have this thing here in Canada where and I don't know if they have it there, but there's like a deal of the week, and if the server or whatever doesn't mention the deal of the week like by themselves, you get like a discount. And I just feel really bad. Like I don't want to mention it, that they didn't mention the deal of the week, because then they're probably penalized, and they're already working a really shitty retail job, and their boss is going to yell at them for not mentioning the deal of the week because they got a 30% off. But then another part of me goes, that's just like a fucking retail trick to get people to get this thing that they weren't going to get, because now they get the deal, quote unquote, whether or not someone mentions this thing. I don't know. It's all fucked up.
I
remember working a job like that where you had to mention a particular phrase as a retail worker. That was a nightmare.
Oh, yeah, I hate that. I went to Walmart today, and I just wanted soap, and they had it locked in like the glass case. I had to push the button, and the guy showed up, and so he opened the case, and then I grabbed the thing I needed, and then he's like, hang on, I need to put this in a plastic container thing. I'm like, all right. Like, this is the only thing. Like, I'm buying this soap and then this soap. That's all I've come to this store for. But, like, yeah, okay, you do your job, man. It's weird. A weird world we live in when I can't go to this checkout without this soap being placed into a safety box.
Did he put it in a briefcase with handcuff attached to his wrist and the briefcase?
No, I've actually been a similar situation is where I wanted to buy batteries and the guy was like, hang on, I gotta take it to the checkout for you and like scan it. I'm like, all right. Like, bro, it's just a battery. Not
because that's soap might be like the most stolen thing. Because the people that need it are the ones that can't afford it.
I mean, I don't know. I assume that the stuff that they put in there is like their most, taken items or something. Why would, yeah? I don't know. I don't know the metrics, but it was like the whole soap aisle. It was like 2 whole aisles of like face wash and soap and things.
Unreal. Well, at least you got a presidential escort to the front.
How much losses did they have on soap before someone decided, nah, can't keep losing soap to these homeless people, or some, like, I feel like there's a line there.
I mean, I kind of doubt that the thing I was buying specifically was the item. They have to justify installing all those things, I'm sure, as well, right? They probably just say like, well, this one item is, or these couple items are, getting jacked a bunch, so we'll just kind of put everything in that section in this case or something. That's how.
Yeah, you're gonna make like a small little 5 by 5 inch box for this one item. You know?
Yeah, I normally just don't buy shit when it's in case like that because I don't want to deal with that. But I kind of really needed the soap, so.
Oh, it was clipped. It was clipped. Simon, you gotta go check it out.
Oh, hell yeah. Is this the Zukan impression?
Yeah.
The Simon impression.
Oh, that's right. Zukan doing Simon, yeah.
Yeah.
That's really good, Zukan.
It is really good.
Things you don't notice about yourself. Other people pick it up, though.
Okay, hold on. I have noticed. Okay, you can tell me whether or not this is conscious or not, Simon. But in one of my streams, I was like, dude, Simon's the only one that can call me Gobby. I say, hop in a call. He's like, hey, Gobby, and I go, and then I said that to you, that you called me Gobby. Did you stop calling me Gobby because I said that?
Oh, I don't think so, dude.
Because you haven't called me Gobby recently, so something changed?
Oh, I don't think so.
You guys fighting?
Yeah. This is a Canadian fight you're witnessing. No, I think, I don't know, my family has this, like, term of endearment where we add Y to people's names.
That makes sense.
So, yeah, that's probably an unconscious thing for sure.
What did I do to unconsciously get you, get on your bad side?
I think it was that graffiti you drew of me in Night Harbor.
That wasn't me. It
Are
was
you
Gary.
Are you the capsule graffiti? Is that you?
I don't
Do
know.
we have capsule graffiti?
We did.
Do we actually?
We did. I don't know if it's still in there though. I don't remember exactly where it is either though. To double check.
That was our test for whether or not we could use those projection things.
Yeah, the decals.
Yeah, and then we ended up using that on for some of the actual goblin graffiti in Telekir.
Yeah, I actually really like that. It's a cool way to add like a bunch of character and storytelling to a scene without like doing a ton of art.
Yeah, and those are super simple to make too. Obviously, goblin drawings are garbage. Speaking from experience.
So you're saying I might be able to do them?
Oh yeah. Okay. By the way, your ogre flag was sick. I literally jacked that exact design. I just painted over it and made it flashy. I loved the design.
Oh, thanks, dude. Yeah, I showed off my paint skills on that one.
Though I would like if you could get the colored version on and in, because that colored version is, I think, a lot better than the little drawn on version.
You know, you're right. I've got to do that.
And maybe there's a nice place where you can utilize that actually.
I was thinking it might work for the main ogre fort in Sungreat Strand.
Oh no, I mean it'd be really cool, like, because there's the two versions, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you were to do like have that main ogre fort, have that colored version, and then like somewhere, you know, there could be like the less colored version, and it's just a little subtle detail, and there's a reason why. You know, maybe it's like super old and warm or something, or like when they first started out, or like further out in their you know, on the outskirts of their area or something. You could put like a little, or that second or that first like flag that is less detailed.
That's a good idea.
You Simon, you playing anything at the moment?
I picked up Deadlock. I've been playing a little of that. I used to be a Dota 2 fan like 10 years ago. So I've been doing a little Deadlock, which is a lot of fun. But other than that, not much, man. Most of my free time is spent on M&M these days.
Yeah.
I can relate.
And honestly, dude, the other, like, I feel guilty when I play games. I don't know if you guys experience this, but like, I could be working on Monsters and Memories right now.
I think it's
that's like.
I think it's good to get a break here and there, but I definitely can relate to that feeling as well.
I feel like that was my entire life. That exact feeling is like something I've been working on and struggling my entire life. Because like turn or go in school and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna be an artist, and everybody's like, yeah, good luck with that, you know. And so they're like, okay, well,
time to actually be an artist and do this thing. And it feels like if you're not working on that and that skill, it was just like, yeah, it was rough. To always feel like you're guilty, of not working or something, even though you've been doing way too much.
I feel like that's one thing that you have to contend with as an adolescent. Is like, especially if you're a guy, is you really have to devote yourself wholly to one particular pursuit if you want to be good at it.
It's true. What was your pursuit?
I was a nerd, so I went to law school.
Well, as far as I know, you're a very successful law practitioner. So, and every time that you ever had go on any tangent about that sort of stuff, it's just immediately out of my wheelhouse, and I'm impressed.
Yeah, well, that's sort of like the same experience happens to me when I'm watching your stream, watching you do art. Like, I really appreciate the end result, but I have no idea how you got there.
Look at us, just complimenting each other.
Oh, you guys aren't fighting anymore. Thank God.
The other thing I'd say, though, is when you play another game and you're working on a game at the same time, I see elements of that other game where I'm like, that would be interesting to incorporate or try to incorporate it in some aspect. And so immediately like takes me out of that other game that I'm playing, because all of a sudden I'm now thinking about M&M dev stuff.
Yeah, same thing happened with me, and it was WoW Classic Hardcore, where I went there were like some camps that were, or not camps, but like areas where you're supposed to hang out for like a little bit, and do your quest and kill like the super amount or whatever, or these like cool boars, get the quest item, leave. And I went like in M&M, like you'd go there and you just hang out there, and that would be it, and that would be sick. But in this case, there's running there, doing your quest line, and then you're like waiting to run back instead of like settling into the camp, and picking and pulling, and it's like, dude, honestly, like this little area, this little nook against this mountainside where all these like giant roots are and where all these guys are spawning, like I just sit here with my friend fucking all day and just, but it's not effective or efficient to do that.
That's why I like running dungeons in WoW, is because it's the closest thing to like camping, I guess.
Classic WoW, I can see that, yeah.
Dude, that's one of the problems, is that a lot of the newer MMOs, you felt more like a tourist in these zones, whereas in EQ, at least, that was my experience. It was that really you felt at home in the zone. You got to know it quite well.
Yeah. That's why people, and there's no map yet to like learn it to get around too. So there's like a mastery of the area as well. Man,
I think it was it Final Fantasy, the old one, the old MMO. I told you guys I joined that Red Cloud's stream for a bit, and Red Cloud was talking about it, and something that was pretty cool that came up was they did have maps, but you had to buy them, and so like for you to have mastery over this thing, it was like in this in-game thing where you can access it really easily and quickly, and that's the benefit. It's not, I don't have to tab out. but you had to like buy them and like then look at them. And a part of me goes, that's pretty cool, especially if we got like I know at one point we had talked about having like a little paints, and this is something that we talked about and then quickly not talked about, by the way, but like a paint system in game where like you could draw on your own maps and like sell them and shit. And then eventually that was like, yeah, that's a little out of scope, and I don't even know if we want that.
Yeah, I can imagine what we'll see on those.
you're like, here's my map, and it's just like some crude like drawing of it.
There's
Is this a peninsula?
a term for that I learned from Sean. It was that the TTD, TTP, time to penis. You know, how long does it take for someone to make a penis in your game?
There were some fun ideas that came out of that though, that I kind of wish more people were willing to do outside, and there's no incentive to do it outside of the game, like on a wiki, and that's kind of a little bit, but when people do make like maps of these, like of our game, no one's really gonna like make a map that misleads people, you know? Like for me, I'm like, oh man, I want to make a map, sell it, and like tell people the treasure is right on this like invisible floor, and people go, oh yeah, let's go to that, this should be right here, and then they fall through and get fucked. I don't think any of that's gonna happen in a wiki.
Yeah, just get deleted from the wiki, pretty much.
Yeah.
This map sucks.
I think the wiki would have it if we provided them. Okay. Provided them with false information.
I mean, anyone can just add stuff to the wiki, but
that's true.
But yeah, eventually it would change, right?
Yeah.
Especially right now, because like we're so early that like the stuff that is on there is going to change anyway, so they just be like, oh, this is no longer correct, so I'll just change it.
Yeah.
This would really only work in first person, but did you guys ever play that game, The Forest?
Oh, yeah.
So remember the map system in that? You actually had to physically hold it in your character's hand.
Yeah, I remember that.
I always thought something like that might be cool. Like it was an actual inventory item that you had to equip to use, and you could look at it. But I don't think it would work too well with third-person options.
If it was what's it called, like a UI element, but then once it's a UI element, then you're starting to make it feel like it's not an item anymore.
Right.
So yeah. Okay, I think I'm pretty set on this. Is there anything I'm missing? I guess I could do the butt on the pants, but it's not.
I assume it's
necessary.
just going to be the same as the front.
Yeah.
What's going on with the shoulder shawl stuff there?
Yeah, here, let me. So, think it might be worth it to do something like this to showcase it instead. So this was the idea, was that you have a shawl, okay, and then you can put the shoulder, and then you have your shoulder. But the shoulder shawl would, because this would require like both textures, has like this chain on it, and so you could wear that chain just by itself. But I don't know if that would look good. But the end result is that you get this. So these layers are going to be made, but it's just whether or not we want, or it looks good in engine or whatever. But these are the elements to go into it, and I thought maybe they could act as like separate items.
So the chain is just a texture that's on the shawl, and we're just adding the thing on there. Okay, yeah, that I think that would work. I don't know how good it will look. Would have to do it and see, I guess.
I have a feeling that it might not look good by itself as like just a chain, like this one. But I want to keep this in here just to, like, here is the texture for the chain or whatever that we could enable or disable when doing this one, this bottom one.
Yeah.
Because it might look cool, it might look badass, but then it also really might not. So.
Okay.
I guess I could do this as well, but it's just going to be the front and back are going to be the same.
It's looking good, man. I like it.
So it was this, and then it was leather, Night Harbor. This.
That's wicked too. I like that. Is that yellow leather there, or is that cloth?
I was thinking it would be cloth as a shirt.
Yeah, it looks good, dude. All right, fellas. My daughter is unhappy with me. I'm gonna have to bounce. Thanks for letting me stop in.
Okay, man.
Absolutely, man.
See ya.
Catch you later.
I'm also gonna. I think it's time, man. It's been nearly 7 hours.
Okay.
Put in a full work day, dude.
Yeah. Didn't even feel like it. Oh man. I'm gonna need to redo this.
How's the bees looking?
Pretty good. I was just trying to do the antenna, and some of the stuff was like all wobbly, so I tried to adjust the UVs, and now it's all wonked, so I need to kind of do it again. But as long as I can get the lines straight, I'll be okay.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate though. It's a little annoying actually. It might be time to take a break and do food and then come back to this then as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll save this. Oh, well, you guys can't even see what I'm doing because it's not saved. There we go. Yeah, so these are all misaligned now because I noodled on the UVs, so I need to kind of redo this. But I think that's after food kind of situation. I might just like ditch the whole horizontal lines to begin with and have it be a solid color. I don't know. Just come back to it. But
Those horizontal lines do look pretty good if you can get them working though.
yeah, well, I should have kept them on a different layer or something. Minimum to save myself some time. Oh well. It's too late now. I do have a earlier save. Oh. Actually. Need an older one.
When I end this, can I raid Zukan?
What if we like double rated somebody?
Oh shit, yeah. Who should that be?
Well, so Primus MMO is playing EverQuest and Q is doing something else. But he sings a song if you raid him. If you want a song.
Does he sing it twice or maybe twice as loud?
Well, he'd probably do two
people
songs. He'd do one for each of us. Hmm.
Two seconds.
I think I'm gonna rate Q. He's playing some weird game as well, looks like. See what that's about. Okay, gang. That's gonna be it for today. This was a pretty rad stream. Probably since it was so long, I doubt a lot of the folks that started it with us are still here, but if you are one of those folks, thanks for hanging, man. And let's do I'm gonna raid Q. I don't know if you heard that part, but Q
how do you spell?
Quatos. Quatos. Start that.
Quatos.
Probably a better way of pronouncing it.
All right, yeah. What Zukan said.
All right. Coolio.
Catch you guys later.
I'll see you guys. So I'm gonna hit my old button here and pop the raid. And I'll catch you guys next time.
Yeah, see you later. Whoa! Yo, Primus!